Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of Mastering Your Jenkins. So welcome all my specialization in DevOps learners, my Earth learners, and the ones who have registered specifically for Jenkins CI/CD complete pipeline under the mentorship of none other than the world record holder, Mr. Vimal Daga. This is day 3. I'm just here for next 5 minutes to help you with small things which we wanted to introduce so that this journey is smooth, in the complete process. First and foremost thing, we will be introducing some technical volunteers to you all today, okay, by the end of the day in your WhatsApp group. So while you're undergoing this journey, or even later when you're practicing or performing in your real production environment, if you are facing any issues, whom do you go and address to? Whom do you go and ask about it? Whom do you take help from? So those technical volunteers will always be there to help you. Okay, so that's the first step which we will be adding today in your WhatsApp groups. They'll be introducing themselves so that you can take help from them in the near future. Okay. Second, we will be sharing with you a community link wherein all the learners who are here for this program today can be connected on one platform. All the like-minded people will be there on one platform. Okay, with some with few rich experience of 7, 10, 12 years, some freshers, some just 2, 3 years experience. It will be an amazing platform for each one of you all to share, discuss, and ask each other in case if you have any queries as well out there. And there as well, we'll be having the technical volunteers to take you through this process. Third and the foremost thing is, like, in case if you're missing a session, the session is uploaded on your #13 portal. But take it as a disclaimer that the experience which you get when you attend the program live is not the experience which you get when you attend a program in a recorded mode. Okay, so ensure that whenever you are enrolling for a program with Vimal Daga sir, that you pull out that time from your schedule and you attend the training live, because that experience is completely different as compared to just undergoing the session over the recorded portal and that's it. Okay, so it's a humble request. We share because of many of them due to unavoidable circumstances are not available, or you might need it for a revision. But don't take it as a session for you guys, correct? Don't take it like ki, theek hai na, it will be uploaded in the portal. Even if I'm not able to attend today, I'll go through the same tomorrow. That tomorrow never comes. That tomorrow never comes. All of us know this, correct? It's been, I'm sure everybody of you all have collected ample of sessions, ample of documents, ample of PDFs in your Google Drive, but hardly could get time to actually go through all of them in last 1 year as well. So please don't procrastinate your sessions. It's a humble request to attend them on time and practice as much as you can, because Jenkins is something can get you a much better package, a much better job, a much better everything what you can, because this is one of the most popular DevOps tool in the market today. It has the major market share for now. Okay. The last but not the least is, like, I want you all to practice as much as you can. Whatever has been taught in the classroom, if you can practice, no doubt we share with you the screenshots of whatever Vimal sir is teaching on that portal for your reference. The Google Drive link is there. But the more you practice, the better you'll become in everything. So whatever Vimal sir does in the classroom, it's a humble request that you keep practicing it all over the week, because you get almost a week's time to revise the concepts and come back over the next week with all of these things. Last but not the least, there will be an activity. Okay, my chat is open before we proceed with that activity. If someone has something to be addressed with respect to specific things which I just referred to, you can please ask me. Atma Namaste, ma'am. Atma Namaste, Alok. That is very true. Sir's live session is phenomenal. Yes, I'm sure the ones who are attending Vimal sir's live sessions understands the difference between attending it live and then later on referring the sessions over the portal. I'm sure they all are able to resonate with the same. That is 100% correct. It's absolutely right. And I think everybody agrees with me on this fact that, very excited from last Sunday's session. Great, Prashant. Amazing. It seems you're not well today. Yes, Ankit, I'm not well. Thank you so much for the concern. Bit down with fever and, all of those things. But yes, work is a work first, serving you all is always mine and Vimal Daga sir's priority. Thank you so much for the concern. Thank you, Pramod. Thanks. Okay, so So let's proceed with this activity. I'm sure many of my learners are already familiar with this, but yes, let's do it together. And I want to know the experience once it is done. So yes, I'm not talking about anything else. Okay, there's a question. I'm sorry, I forgot to address. Vikrant, for how much time the sessions recording remain on the portal? For 30 days post the training program, just for the revision perspective. Okay, let me proceed. It's called as, I don't know what to name it as, but yeah, clearing your mind space is, I think, one of the most powerful activity for being receptive, for being fully focused, for being 100% concentrated. Nothing better than this is what I believe. And I have been practicing this since long. So the ones who are new, who are hearing for the very first time, or the ones who are not familiar with this activity, let's do it together. So we all have a piece of paper next to us, a notebook, a pen. Okay, whatever is going on in your mind right now, next 3 minutes we will be devoting for this activity. Whatever is going on in your mind right now, I expect you all to please pen down that on a piece of paper, be it anything. You want to talk to your mom, you want to talk to your dad, you want to talk to your friends, you want to talk to someone very close to you, you want to watch a movie tonight, you want to go out with your friends. So what is bothering you is, what will I wear? How will I go? Will I communicate to my parents because I want to go for a night out? Or anything what is going on, or being a professional, your priorities, your family, a family outing on a weekend, anything, whatever is going on in your mind right now. Or probably the ones who just attended the quantum session in the morning, many quantum concepts might be going on in your mind right now. You would be wondering, how did this happen? Where will this be used? Where will the Shor's algorithm be used? Where will RSA be used? Where will this gate be used? So if you have any of these things in your mind, please park it aside for time being. You all will address these pointers after the training, so that you are into the training with 100% sheer dedication and you understand every concept, which will help you in the near future. Next 2-3 minutes, I won't be saying anything. I request each one of you all to do this activity with complete comfort zone. Don't pressurize yourself, just do it. Once it is done, start sharing your experience out here with me. I would love to hear that. I would love to see that. So next 2-3 minutes, complete silence. Let's do this. Thank you. Okay, great. I'm sure you all have done that. So would like to know your feedback on doing this activity. Highly effective in raising our awareness, ma'am. I am now aware and receptive to learn what Vimal sir will discuss. Thank you so much for this. Thank you, Alok Rahul. Thanks for being so vulnerable. I'm expecting all others to as well participate in this activity. Energetic, amazing, Vijayendra. Very good, very good. I want everybody of us to participate and let's make us feel that we all are there for each other rather than just being it like a more of a technical session. Let's just interact with each other, feeling happy and focused. Amazing, Rohit Kapre. Keep feeling happy. It's a very, very good emotion. Amazing. All sensors activated with full energies. Amazing, Anil Kumar. Very good. Keep it up. Keep all your sensors activated till the end of the session as well, and as well with your family members post this session so that they all feel your vibes around. Yeah. I would love to hear others as well. Okay, I feel free now. That's nice. With every session, getting more and more confidence. Amazing, Anish. Amazing. Vimal sir ko dekh ke automatically energy aa jati hai. That's true, Prashant. Many of them feel the same. Feeling so light, Ashi. Great. It's very nice. Great, Bhuvan. Perfect, guys. Thank you so much for being, kind of obedient enough to do this activity because this was meant for your betterment. Because if you will feel lighter, you'll be more focused and it will help you in your long journey. Over to you, Vimal sir. Thank you so much, Vimal sir, for always allowing us for this initial 10-15 minutes so that we all can be more focused in your session. Thank you so much, Vimal sir. Thanks.
Okay, guys, welcome back. Very excited for today's class. Lots of power pack practicals we are going to do. Even though in the last class also, lots of interesting practical we have initiated, right, in the Jenkins, right. But yeah, thank you, Preeti, very much for this activity. Normally we do, right, because idea very simple. Everybody over here is come for learning. Okay, it's not to complete the Jenkins classes. Motto here is to learn, right? And if you want to learn something, your mind should be focused, right? And for focusing, you have to clear your mind. That's the only technique available, right? Okay, so whatever things is there in the mind, if you clean the mind and clear the mind, and this is one of the great activity how Preeti initiated. And if your mind is clear, then your focus automatically increase, and if focus increase, you will learn properly the concept. That was the ultimate motto why we are here. Okay, so thank you for this. So let's continue, guys, with the next part. What's the plan for today? So I told you guys in my first day of the Jenkins, I'll make this training as much as practical and hands-on. A lot of different real use cases we will talk about. So I think there's just a kind of first or second or third day maybe, right? So, but yeah, in my last classes, we have done multiple practical. I have to show you more practicals, and as we progress in this program, you will see more and more real use cases we're going to add on the top of this, right? So today's guys class is very important. Multiple different tools, not the tools, I can say topics we are going to cover in this in Jenkins training, right? So first topic that I would like to start today is how we can set up the master slave architecture. Okay, because without this, you won't able to utilize any of the power of Jenkins, right? So what I mean by master slave architecture, so let me explain to you what I mean by this, right? But with the meantime, I also want to start my Jenkins system. So guys, I was setting, and we have set up guys Jenkins on the top of AWS cloud. It will be your choice. You want to launch on the top of AWS cloud, or you want to launch Jenkins on the top of Windows, your base laptop, that will be your choice. Okay, but in my case, in the Mumbai region, In my instances, I launched the Jenkins here across because I stopped my Jenkins system. So right now this OS is stopped. Okay, so let me start this. So by the meantime they start, we will discuss the further conceptual part. Okay, so I click and start. It take 1-2 minutes. By the meantime, I will explain the concept of master slave. Okay, very important topic. You can think in this way: without having master slave architecture knowledge in the Jenkins part, okay, you won't able to as such implement any great use cases with the help of Jenkins, because Jenkins is a tool for CI/CD, right? What is this? I already explained to you multiple times, and we'll see more details about this in upcoming discussions, right? But mainly the core motto of Jenkins is, with the help of Jenkins as a tool, we can integrate with other tools, with other technologies. It may be you want to integrate with Jenkins with cloud, you want to integrate with Ansible, Kubernetes, Docker, Maven, right? Depend, right, what you want to solve or what you want to be automated, because Jenkins finally motto is it is an automation tool. Okay, so Jenkins is only helping us to automate the things, okay, by communicating with these tools. Okay, for example, if you want Jenkins will go and build your code, means compile your code, and let's say your code is written in Java. So Jenkins will go on your behalf, contact to one tool called Maven, is a one tool for Java to build and compile, and Jenkins asks the Maven, can you please build for me? And Jenkins will do it for you. And because Jenkins will do for you, so we can ask Jenkins to automate, run it again and again, every minute, every time when things change in my code in GitHub. That would be give you a feel of automation. So this thing we will discuss in very detail okay today, and I show you how to integrate Jenkins with Maven. This is the one of the practical, and before this I will also explain you Maven, because I believe most of the guys have no idea about the Maven. Okay, but before I start any of the things, I would like to start with the master slave architecture, and it's very important. Now onward, all the practical in the future we will do on the master slave architecture only. But what is this? Let me explain to you. Okay, so to understand the master slave architecture, I would like to again explain you the same process what I explained you in my last class. So for example, let's say you are the developer, and requirement would be you have to create some app, let's say web app, website, and let's say web app is created in a language called Java. So that's what you create in your local work space, means your laptop. Okay, then what you do, as you save the code, commit. After commit, you can add some triggers in your local system. Triggers in the local system by adding some script that's called hooks. And that was the practical I showed you already in my last class. Okay, and what this script will do, or hooks will do in my local system, in my local Git software, this hook, as you commit, automatically push your code to the GitHub. Now it all depends what hooks you write, or what script you write. In the script, if you write a command something like this, like git push, so when you commit, then they do git push. Git push means they upload the code to the GitHub. Or maybe you can write some more other script, like send my data to email my developer, other developer, or email my manager. So it all depends upon the script, what kind of script you guys can write. Okay, that is not so much typical. So it is your choice how you want to push. You want to push manually type the command git push, or you want to do push automatically. That will be your case. For automatically, you can write the script or hooks. Okay, but let's say your final code has been reached to SCM tool, centralized SCM tool. In my case, let's say GitHub. Okay, now what we have, my code is here. Now we have a Jenkins, and Jenkins keep on checking that any new code come up. And for this, we ask Jenkins to keep on checking, let's say after every minute. every minute keep on checking, or every hour keep on checking, or every day keep on checking. So we can schedule something here. How we can schedule? With the help of triggers. That's what I showed you in my last class. So Jenkins automatically go and check, and after maybe every minute they check, but whenever they feel code has been changed or new code updated by the developer, Jenkins will download this code. And guys, this kind of trigger is known as Paul SCM. That was the practical we have seen in the last class. Okay, and where Jenkins store this code, they store in the local hard disk of the Jenkins. And obviously, guys, this code is a file, and file always store in a folder. So Jenkins has their own personal folder where they store it. Okay, and that folder is known as the workspace. So Jenkins store that code in the local folder or local hard disk, or also known as local storage, somewhere in the workspace or somewhere in the folder. Okay, so where they store, let me very quickly tell you, then we go for the next part. Okay, and that next part will explain you the use of master slave architecture. So this till here we have done in the last classes, but let me very quickly go to Jenkins. Okay, and one more thing, guys. Right now we are launched the Jenkins on the top of AWS cloud, on the top of Linux operating system. So in AWS, whenever you sorry, whenever you shut down the OS and again start, your public IP will change. So you have to take the new IP address and type your IP address and the port number of Jenkins 8080. Then you can connect. Okay, but this is a new IP you can get from the portal. Okay, there's one small thing. So I'm trying, waiting for this IP to be connect. Why it's not connecting? It should connect very quickly, but still waiting. Okay, guys, it's not connecting. Why? There's one more reason. Okay, the reason is not because firewall we already enabled in my last class, but the reason is, let me show you. So I have to log into this operating system to connect, and let me log in to this operating system. What happened? Why they're not showing the screen? Just look a little bit slow, right? So I click and connect. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, in the last class, right? Let me guys log into my root account. Means I think you guys know a little bit about Linux. So I'm logging with this account right now. Who am I? But this account have no much power as an admin power. And Linux, all the admin power come from the root account. So I'm logging to the root account that give you all the power. And from this account, if I try to see my Jenkins status. So guys, in the last class, we started Jenkins. But right now, my Jenkins stopped. So whenever you start the Jenkins, they start temporary. Okay, means after next reboot, your Jenkins will stop. Okay, so every time after system reboot, you have to start the Jenkins by this command. And there's one more command I showed you in my last class. This is also the way to start. So every time you have to start the Jenkins. But you don't want to do this. You want your Jenkins automatically start after next reboot. You don't have to again start again and again. You can make your Jenkins services permanent enable. Means after next reboot, they will automatically start for you. That's called boot time start. So right now they started running. So I can now, if I refresh this page, we will connect to Jenkins. It will work. Again, if I shut down my Jenkins, they will again stop. So to make your Jenkins permanent enable, sorry, then in this command, you can use the keyword called enable. That makes the Jenkins permanent enable if you want. Okay, so there's one small thing maybe you guys might know, but let me I want to tell you very quickly. Okay, this is a one-time setup. You so in the future, or when you set the Jenkins, same time you can run this command to make the Jenkins permanent enabled. Right, it should connect. It's not still connecting. Then this may be issue of other issues also. Maybe firewall. Let me check very quickly. Okay, so let me go select this OS. I'll go to security, and security, I will go for my security group that's called firewall. Okay, and I will write a rule. or edit the rule, I can say that anybody who want to connect to this port number, they will allow. Why is not connecting? Because guys, last time I allow for this IP and this is my IP, but maybe my IP of my laptop or my router might change. So what I'm going to do, let me cross this and let me again change my IP. So what are the new IP of today's, if my laptop I can allow, or maybe I can allow for anywhere. I can allow for anywhere. So, but for better security, I will allow only for my IP. Okay, because your IP also been changed. So your laptop also have public IP. Public IP of laptop keep on changing the way it is given from your telecom or from your ISP. Okay, that's also one of the reasons why they are not connected. Now it should connect. So I connected. So let me log into my Jenkins with the password. Vimal is the admin account we created, and then I'm on solution, and there's a password. I'm logging to my Jenkins system. Okay. So what happened? What I'm going to do very quickly, let me go to my GitHub also. Okay, and in the GitHub, this is the one of, sorry, that's one. In GitHub, I'm going to take one of my repository, for example, this repository, right? And I'm copying this repository. You can take any of the repository. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new job very quickly. Second job is a freestyle, so we can customize the way we want. And I click OK. Okay, and here, sorry, the job created. Let me go in. Let me configure. And if I go to source code management, so I am going to provide this URL. Okay, and that's all. That's the only thing I'm doing here. I save. Now what happens, guys, when you build your code from the GitHub download, some guys, I'm doing a manual download here. So I run my Jenkins, they will go and download and download the code. So what I'm trying to show you here is Jenkins will download in the workspace. Okay, so guys, this code run successfully. And if you try to see the console output, so Jenkins download this code. Where they download? Actually, they download in your workspace, and that is the path for the workspace. Okay, so wherever, guys, Jenkins is running, so in my case, Jenkins is running on the top of my Linux operating system. So inside the Linux operating system, okay, every job, they create a separate workspace where in this storage, and where the storage is located here. Because my job name is sec job, second job, so they create separate folder, okay, in this folder only. So every job, they create a separate folder in my hard disk or in my storage. Okay, so that's what I want to tell you. Even though you can see the data from here also directly from the page, that was the data they downloaded. But one more way you can check, even though without login from Jenkins, you can go to a Linux operating system and go to folder called where lib Jenkins. And here, everything about Jenkins, right? Even though there's a lot of things we have here that we'll see in the future classes. So anything about Jenkins, the library, the modules, plugins will be stored here. So we'll see a lot of things in the future classes. Okay, but right now, okay, you can see one folder. In this folder is called workspace. And all the projects you guys created till now, you can see their folder names. So every project and job has their folder name created. And if you go inside this folder, let's say second job, okay, in this folder, you will see the data that you downloaded. So technically, what I'm trying to tell you here is whenever Jenkins want to store any data file folder, they will store in the workspace, in this workspace in your local hard disk of the Jenkins. That's what I want to tell you. Okay, that's one small thing. One more thing I want to tell you, why this stored in this folder, because it is a settings Jenkins header. You can change the folder name also. Okay, but by default folder name is this one, where the setting is. So this setting you can find in the Jenkins. So you go to main page of Jenkins, and there's an option called manage Jenkins. Inside the manage Jenkins, okay, there's an option called configure system, where you can see the paths. Inside the configure system, okay, here you can find somewhere, okay, what is the by default local storage where Jenkins store everything. Okay, and that is the home directory we have. Okay, how we can change, we don't require, but I show you in the future classes. In some files, let's go configure file, we can go and change. Okay, there's one thing I want to tell you. One more thing, guys, is not right now important, but is very much useful in some discussion here. In our case right now, my IPs keep on changing where Jenkins is running. Right now, my current IP is this one, where Jenkins is running. So guys, Jenkins also maintain their own IP where the Jenkins is running. Okay. So in the last class, my Jenkins IP was different, but now this IP is changed. So if you see in this same location, they maintain somewhere here the IP address of Jenkins, their own IP. Okay, that was the last IP in the last class, but today my IP changed. So highly recommend, guys, even though right now it is not creating any issue, but when I start master slave setup, so this information or wrong information will create some issues. Okay, so this is a one point you have to add. And what is the use of this? You will see in some minute. If we give the wrong information here, some of the part setup won't work in the future. So I'm setting my Jenkins right URL, and every time you start the Jenkins, whatever the new IP, just go and update here. Or if you guys know how to make the IP permanent, it won't change. So there's a different point. If you guys know, you can set up there. Okay, so that's what I like to do from here. So from the manage Jenkins, and inside manage, go to system config system. That's how you guys can go and change. Okay, this is one thing. So this information is right now enough to proceed with the next part, right? Now this process we know till here. Okay. After this, okay, let's say my next step is, okay, we download the code and code is stored in the local storage of Jenkins. Okay, but what you want to do with this code? Okay, what you want to do with this code? What you downloaded? This code is written in a language, let's say Java. Okay, so if you want to use this code, so Java code is normally we compile. Okay, after we compile, if you want to, because after compile only you can run the code, right? You can run the code. But I also want to do one thing. Maybe this might be a requirement, not always. But after compile, I want to test it. So all the functionality is working fine or not. So I want to do some testing. So it is your choice, you want to do test or not. Okay. So who is responsible for writing the code? Developer. Developer is the one who writing the code. Okay. Plus, how to test the code? For testing the code also, we write some code. Let's go test code. So these are again the responsibility of my developer, or maybe their respective team member to write the code for testing. So this is done by my developers and their respective team. Okay, but you as a DevOps engineer or Jenkins engineer, okay, you should know what you're looking for, maybe whatever you have in your pipeline. So do you want to compile the code? After compiling, test the code. Every test is done successfully. Okay, then you want to finally create a final software of this entire code, and software is mostly known as here package, and mostly again they have one more name here, is called artifact. So whatever term I use in the future, artifact software package, they are the same thing. So this entire process of compiling, testing, creating package, this entire process is known as build. So do you want to build the package or you want to build the app? And it is normally done by the build tool. And every language has their own build tool. Okay. So for the Java, one of the very famous build tool, even though we have a lot, one of the build tool in the Java is called Ant, very older one, but very useful sometime. One is Gradle, is a one build tool. Okay. And one of the very famous that we use a lot, mostly, is called Maven. So these are different build tool for the language called Java. But for different languages, we have a different build tool available. For Node, we have different. For .NET, C#, we have a different build tools available. Okay, so we are going to use some today something on Maven. So I'll take some small time to discuss something on the Maven, so you guys can comfortable with. Then we use Maven integration with Jenkins. I'll show you. But why I'm discussing this point, we'll discuss the Maven in some time. Okay. But why I'm discussing this point to you, because after your code downloaded, your next motto is you to build. Build means compile and test a package. Okay, that's what the plan of the build. Now it is your choice. You want to build the code in the same system where you downloaded, or in the same system where Jenkins is running. That is your choice. Okay, you can build it there. And how you can build in the same system where Jenkins is running, you can install the Maven. Because Maven is a separate tool, software. You have to install the Maven and then ask the Jenkins, wherever download software in your local system, contact your local Maven and build it. You can do it. Okay, just for testing. But in the bigger environment, hundreds of code is there, hundreds of code is downloading, and hundreds of we are building. So it's not good practice that in same system you are building the things, or you are running Maven, because building is not the only thing. We have to do much more thing. Okay, much more thing. So the good practice is not this. Okay, for practicing you can do it. If you have one single system for practice, you can same system you're running Jenkins, same system you can install the Maven. Means I go to same Linux operating system and install the Maven here. Okay, same system Jenkins running, same system Maven running, and ask Jenkins. Okay, same system you code downloaded, and then I ask Jenkins with the job and say just contact to Maven and build it. So thing will work. There's no challenge. But in the bigger environment, if you do the entire workload in the same system, it will go down or it will become slower. Again, it is not good practice in multiple regions also. Okay, so we are not going to do this way. So how we are going to do? Just for building, we will launch one more operating system. Okay, and this operating system is a new operating system. Okay, let's say this Jenkins running in the operating system number A, and this is the operating system number B. Okay, and this operating system may be your Linux or Windows, that will be your choice. Okay, but this operating system we will dedicate it for building. Means here we will install one build tool, let's say Maven. Okay, and what we will tell to our Jenkins, okay, after your code downloaded, and if we need to build the code, so I will transfer my code here to the different operating system. And after I transfer this code to this system, I will ask my Maven that I have given you the code, use this code and build it. Build means compile it, test it, package it, whatever you want to say. I show you how to do this. So they will do for you. Okay. So now in this scenario, this system number A is running with Jenkins, and system number B is running with the Maven as a one example. Like this, there might be multiple tools also and multiple requirement also. I'm just talking only one single requirement called build. Now, in this entire scenario, okay, this system number A, where Jenkins is running, they are only giving the instruction to other computers. They are not doing anything. They are managing the things. Okay, so they're getting downloaded the code, sending to somebody else. So they are coordinating. Okay, they are managing, they are scheduling. What they're scheduling? When the new code come up, they download and they provide this code to other computer and say to other computer that now new code come up, now your responsibility to build it. So this process is normally known as schedule. So they are scheduling to other guys to do it. Okay, so in this case, the system where Jenkins is running, or the computer where Jenkins is running, is mostly known as a computer that is managing the things called managers. They are like a managers. And system who actually doing the thing for you, okay, system number B, are mostly known as workers because they are doing the thing for you. They are the one who actually compiling and packaging the package. So they are normally known as workers. But normally in the technological world, we don't use the word manager a lot. Instead of the manager, we can use the word called master. So this system where Jenkins running and they are not doing anything. Okay, they are just managing the thing. Okay, so this system A is called master, and the system who is doing for this Jenkins guys, whatever they instruct them to do. So this is known as slave node or slave. So instead of worker, mostly we use the word called slave, but other whatever word you want to say, you can say here. And if I guys little bit create this diagram more clearly, so the setup would be something like this. So now onward, we have one centralized computer where Jenkins is running. So Jenkins will run only in this particular computer. Okay, let's say computer number IP number 1. And we can now have multiple different computers, and every computer has a different responsibilities. Okay, so this is a computer having IP, let's say 2, IP3, IP4, IP5. And this computer, let's say, running with the Linux operating system, and we install Maven here. This computer may be running with the Linux operating system. Let's say we install a different tool for testing, like Selenium is a one tool for testing. This system is again running with Windows, different operating system, but let's say here I also install Maven. Like this, we install something else here. Maybe here we install, let's say, Dockers. Okay, so every system is a different operating system installed with multiple tools. Everybody has their own responsibilities. Okay, so now in the Jenkins, this system, we will create a job. Okay, and so what this Jenkins will do, the duty of the Jenkins is depend upon the job. They will provide their respective responsibility to respective systems. Okay, so typically guys, in this world, every computer is normally known as node. So this is known as node, this is known as node. So everybody is known as node. So you can use the word OS or node, it's the same thing. Everybody known as the node. But here in this Jenkins is actually is not doing anything. They are only managing the things. So this is known as master node, and everybody here is known as slave node. So we have 4 slave node, or maybe hundreds of thousands, and this is the one master node. Maybe we have some more master node as high availability. We might discuss in the future. Okay. So what happened? Maybe Jenkins will download code from the GitHub, and they feel, okay, this code is written in Java. So in my job, I will write, or my project, I will write, because this code is Java. So do one thing, I want to build this. So send this responsibility to node number 2, their Linux install with Maven, and give this code to them and ask the Maven to install this code. At the same time, one more code come up, maybe something else, and I want to test this code. So same time, Jenkins will send this code to this Selenium, or say there's the same this Selenium, and they will test the code. So this master node is what they are distributing the job. Okay, distributing the job to different slaves. Okay, and that is the reason, guys, this concept is known as distributed scheduling. So anybody who know Kubernetes, so in the Kubernetes, same kind of architecture we have, but that is known as distributed containers. Anybody know Hadoop? That is known as distributed storage. Anybody know Spark or Hadoop? Again, that's called MapReduce. That's called distributed computing. Okay, so every master slave, multiple computer work together. Everybody is doing something for us. But here in Jenkins master slave, this setup where one node we have master, multiple slave node we have, everybody work together, and whenever everybody work together like this is normally known as cluster. So I can say this is a distributed scheduling cluster we have. And how we are set up this cluster with a architecture called master slave. So this word, guys, is the master slave architecture. This is how we have created this. Okay, and what Jenkins is doing, they're only taking that information and providing these guys, and they are the worker, the one who actually doing the entire working for us. Okay, Jenkins is only managing the job. So all the job we create in Jenkins, but behind the job, whatever computing you're doing, testing you're doing, launching the Docker, whatever you're doing, and so script, whatever you know or you don't know, okay, it is normally happening in the worker node. You can do on the master only if you want, but the good practice I told you, okay, rather than we do and running the job directly on the master, or the task on the master, or steps on the master. Okay, it's good practice to do on the slave node. One of the reason is to manage the workload, and there might be some more reason we will keep on discussing in the upcoming discussion, right? So that's the idea, guys, about master slave architecture. That's what I'm going to show you. Okay, and in this architecture, this is known as worker node. Now there's two different way to create the slave node or the worker node. Slave node or the worker node. One, we launch one operating system by ourselves. Okay, and whenever we want to use this operating system, we will use it 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 100 times. And whenever we don't want in the future, we can go manually delete this. Okay, so we can launch this operating system manually, and manually you can delete whenever you want to delete. So this kind of getting the slave node are known as permanent. Why I'm saying permanent? Because it is, you are the one who launch it, and you are the one who going to delete in the future if you want to delete. Okay, but there is one more way you can get the slave node. That is when the demand come, my OS automatic starts. In this OS, we'll do something like we ask Marvin to build the things, and when everything done successfully, this OS will automatically delete. So it is like an on-demand basis. As the demand come, automatically launch, automatically remove. Typically, it is known as dynamic. And this is very, very interesting practical. We will discuss this practical in this upcoming classes, right? And there we're going to use a Docker and the Kubernetes. Okay, mostly we'll show you the practical with the Dockers. And that is the reason, guys, I shared some video with you about Dockers. So if you just go through this video before the next class, right? So seeing this practical will be very, very interesting, right? But today I'm not going to show this practical, but motto is how to get the slave node. Okay, there's a two-way, A and B. One, manually launch this OS. There's a permanent slave node. Other option would be dynamically. There we're going to use a Docker. So whenever it is something like this, okay, when the new code come up, okay, I don't have the slave that point in time, but Jenkins behind the scene first launch this OS for me. Then send this code, ask the Maven to build, and Maven build, then they delete this. Okay, so automatically my cluster will keep on launching the slave node and deleting the slave node as and when we require. That's called on demand. So that was very, very powerful practical. If we see in the upcoming class, but to make this concept clear to you, master and slave, we are going to launch our slave node manually. Okay, so that was the practical. So today I'm going to show you how to create a slave node and how to connect to the master. And for this, I need the operating system. So I'm going to show you the practical in both the operating system. One is Linux and one is Windows. Why? Because setting up the slave node in Linux is different. Setting up the slave node in Windows is different. So I would like to show you both the things, because there might be some use case in the future that you want to do something on the Linux, you want to do something on the Windows. Okay, so you should know both the OS setup. Okay, so I think this is the guys complete explanation. So final practical would be something like this. So we are going to launch one node where we install the Jenkins, and this is known as master node. A good thing is this node we already have, okay, where we Jenkins running this node. We already have. To make it look pretty clean, so let me rename this name so there will be no confusion. So this node I'm just renaming, nothing special, just giving the name. This is the working like a Jenkins master node. So this will be the master node we have already, so you don't have to do anything. Okay, what you will do and we will do today, we will launch two more operating system. Okay, one operating system we are going to launch as a Linux operating system. This will be your one of the slave node, and we're going to use the slave node for some purpose, maybe for Maven or maybe that other region. And this will be a Windows operating system. This will be again one more slave node. Okay, so two slave node I am going to show you. So what we will do, after this, let's say this is the A computer, B computer, and C computer. After the A computer launch, after B computer launch, okay, We'll ask this computer that now you are the slave node. So what happened? Okay, whenever the Jenkins master send something to you as an instruction to perform, you have to perform. That is the reason they are known as worker or the slave node. But understand one thing, and one thing, from one computer to other computer, if you're sending the information, okay, or the instructions, so you need some program to be running here. Okay, that program should have a capability to take the instruction from the master, and accordingly they perform here. Okay, and that program is typically known as, this kind of program is typically known as agent program. So in both the slave, we have to install the agent program of the Jenkins. So what this agent program will do? Okay, this agent program will help first to connect your master to slave. So this is one of the responsibility of the agent program, is to connect to the master, or maybe I can say to register with the master. This is the first responsibility. And second responsibility, in the future, any instructions they want to send to run in my slave node, they will run. So the Jenkins want to run something on the Windows, so they will send this instruction or the command or the code and send to the Windows and say, can you please do, you are the worker node, please run those things for us. Okay, so this called instructions. So because of the agent, we can do both the things. We can connect initially, this one-time setup, and instruction we keep on sending from the master to the slave. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Okay, only difference is the process is same, but only difference is this is a one-time setup. Okay, setup of connecting slave to master, how? With the help of agent. So only difference is how we set up the agent, or how we do the connection or initial connection with the master and slave is different in Linux and different in Windows. The process is different. Okay, otherwise after we connect, there will be, after this we can do the same thing, or you can run the same kind of jobs. Okay, or same way when you run the jobs. Okay, so the point is, how can you connect slave to the master? That was the point. It is sometimes also known as register. So how can you register slave to the master? That's what I'm going to tell you. Okay, first I'm going to show you how we can do from the Linux. So minimum requirement is I need this OS with us. So let's first launch this OS. And now because we have AWS cloud, so launching the OS is not a big deal. Okay, I'm going to launch one OS one more time, same way. Again, Amazon Linux I'm using here. Okay, same steps. So I'm doing a little bit quickly. This OS, one instance with by default hard disk. Let me give it this name. This is the Linux. Okay, or let me start from here. This is Jenkins Linux slave node. Let's giving some name. This is just a name. Okay. Next, I'm not doing anything in the security firewalls. Launch and addressing some key to log in if you want to log in. Okay. So this OS has been launched and launching. Now, okay, this is the master we have. We have login already with the master. Okay. And this is the slave that we have now. But typically, this A computer is independent, B computer independent. And an interesting thing is this slave will be anywhere, right? So maybe my system master running in the AWS cloud, you can launch B in a Azure cloud or Alibaba cloud or running in your laptop. It will be anywhere in the world, right? There is no challenge. Okay, there is no way, there's no difference in the terms of connectivity, in the terms of setting up. Only thing you need a network connectivity between this. Okay, so if you want to work on the multi-cloud, means some setup you want to do in Azure cloud of Microsoft, some setup you want to do in AWS cloud. Okay, you can do also. Okay, so it will be something like this. Your master is running in the in the AWS cloud. Okay, and this system is running in your Microsoft Azure cloud. So those who know Azure cloud or GCP cloud, you can just try the setup and check. Things will work very fine. So interesting thing is, I'm getting the instruction and running the job in the AWS cloud, but my job is actually performed, okay, run, or we are computing in the GCP or Google or the Azure Microsoft cloud. Okay, those who know about Azure GCP, you can do it. I think it's long back I did this training with Azure GCP. So anybody who was there, you guys can use that knowledge, or if you already know, you can try the setup if you want. Okay. So that is a one thing here for your knowledge. So, but yeah, we have one OS is been launching now. How we can set up this OS as the slave node, or how can we register the slave node, the master? I'll show you. Before I will show this spectacle, I want to show you one more small concept, okay, that might be required. So just before I start slave node, I want to explain one more small concept. So if I go to my dashboard, okay, right now we have no slave because we haven't set up anything yet. But what you see here in the left corner, bottom, you can see there's a concept called executor, and we have two executor, both are ideals. Okay, what this line means, okay, this line means, okay, right now we are only having the master, no slave. Okay, so this line means in your Jenkins, whenever you run the job, okay, every job when you execute, you need executor. Okay, means behind the scene, Jenkins is running your job with the help of one kind of program called executor. By default, Jenkins give you two executor, 1 and 2. It means two jobs you can run same time. That's called parallel. You can run hundreds and thousands of jobs, but at one point in time, you can run two jobs parallel. That's all. But if you are to try to run one more job, third job, okay, and job number 1 and job number 2 is still running, that is in parallel, okay, your job third won't run and they will go and put inside the queue. Okay, that's called job queue that you can see here. So there's job queue or build queue will be there. So how can I demonstrate this process? So very simple. I'm going to run one of my job. Let me create a new job. Test job for execute, right? Freestyle. And to show this output, so I'm going to run one command. Okay, and intentionally guys running one command in Linux that will hold your job for some second. So you guys might know one command in Linux. Okay, this is a pure Linux command. The command will be something like this. So if you want to run any command, every command has a total time. For example, date command run very quickly, cal command run very quickly. Okay, and but there's one command called sleep command, and if you run the sleep 10, so they run this command for 10 seconds. Okay, so this command is keep on running for 10 seconds. It's called delay command. So they will delay you to run the next command, and they will run after 10 seconds. So I can run some other command till 10 seconds, and now afterwards I can run some other commands. So sleep is one command you guys might know. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here, I'm going to write the sleep command here. Let's say for 60 seconds. Okay, so what you will see, okay, when I run this job, or even let me make it 10 seconds. So when I run this job will run for 10 seconds. Okay, because in this job I run some program that run for 10 seconds. So I'm just trying to simulate the environment where you have some code downloaded, you compile, it may take half an hour or 2 hours. So that's what I'm trying to simulate here, so you can get that feel that this job is running. And when I build now, you will see new build start or new job will start, and behind the scene guys, this job is using one executor. But right now, if you see, this job is keep on running, and you run for 10 seconds and the success. But if you want to see this thing again from the dashboard, okay, both the executor is free, but if I run this job from here also, what you will see, one of the executor just used. Here they're using one of the executor. Okay, because we have two executors, one of the executor you use. But if I run 3 jobs right? So let me do one small change here. In this job, I'll configure and let me do some change here. Let me change to 60. Okay. Save. Okay. And let me go out and let me run this job. Click. This job will run for 60 seconds. Okay. And same time, if you want to run this job, okay, you see what happened when I run this job. Okay. Now, guys, understand one more interesting thing. If you see here, okay, this is not working the way I wanted to work. Okay. If you see here, okay, I run this job one more time, second time, even though I have the executor free, but they will put in the queue. Okay. They won't run in the parallel. I can run one more time, but they're not running the parallel. Why? Because it is written in the job that one job you can run any one point in time. Two jobs you can run parallel. Okay, let me show you one more time what I'm talking about. Let me change something in this job. Okay, let me configure and let's do some kind of this code. And I'm running this job for 30 seconds. Okay, save. Okay, and let me do one more change in some other job. Let's say in second job. Okay, and let me do some change here. And let me put this job in slip 41 seconds. Okay, so these are three independent jobs, right? So according Jenkins, right? I'm still waiting the job to be completed. I don't know why they're running so much time. I think I write here 30 seconds, 60 seconds, I believe. Yeah, so in 60 seconds, they will stop for sure. I think they stop or they're still running. Why? Let me check. So 60 seconds, they will stop. 60 should be completed. Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, okay. I'm trying to tell you here is, I'm just waiting this job to be complete. Now, these are the independent job, first job, second job, and third job. Independent job. Okay. So according to Jenkins, you can run two jobs parallel. Let me run this. Click this job run. So in the middle, you see this job started. Let me run second job also. Click this job also run. You can see here both the jobs will run in parallel, right? Now they see a red color because last job I failed, so there's a reason. But otherwise they will run. But if I try to run third job, independent job, because there is no executor free, so it will go in the build queue. So it first they go in the build queue. Okay, and this job will be there in the build queue till then my first and second job is complete. But one of the job complete, now this job will take care of this part. See here, automatically they take care of this part. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, by default Jenkins give you two executor, two job or two independent job you can run parallel. Not the same job, two independent job you can run parallel. Third job, that is third independent job you want to run, they will go in the build queue. One of the job will free, then build queue job will go in executor, and then they start executing. Okay, this is one thing. But if you have a requirement that I want this job, one single job run twice, maybe you have some use cases, same job I want to run in parallel, same point in time. Okay, it won't work. For example, if I run this job, let me close this, stop this job. I don't want to waste the time. So I just stop this job here. Okay. So let me, I want to run this first job. The job is started. I have one idle executor free. If I run this job one more time, it won't run in parallel. Then wait. Because one job only run once. One job won't run concurrent at same point in time. But there might be some use case where we need the same job will run concurrent. Okay, for this, what we can do, there's an option here. So when you get the job in the configure, okay, there's an option called there's the option, this project disable execute concurrent build if necessary. That's what the option is. Okay, it means if you want to run this job concurrent, means parallel, right? You can do this. That was the use of it. Okay, so some of the cases you might need this. And let me say, now this job, first job, I can run parallel. Obviously you need executor for run this, and because I have the executor, so I can run this job one and run. Save. If I click one more time, this also run, but this time they again run in the parallel. So yeah, same job run in the parallel. That's called concurrent. But if I run third time, there's no executor free, so obviously they go to build queue. They go to build queue. Okay. Okay, this is the idea of parallel, all right, and the executors. But by default, we have two executor. But what I mean by default means we can change also. So if you want to change the executors, so we can go to dashboard, go to manage Jenkins. Okay, and here I think the global tool configurations. Okay, or maybe this is a system configuration, not in here actually. Go back. Okay, so go to manage Jenkins, and in the configure systems. Okay, here guys, the number of executors you have, there's two. If in case let's say 5, you can change to 5. It means in this Jenkins master, if you want to run the job, you can run 5 job in parallel. You can change also. Okay, but all depend upon your guys how much memory and RAM you have. For example, in my Jenkins, this system where the Jenkins is running, or my master system is running, where you want to run the job. Okay, first of all, this is not good practice to run the job in the master. But let's say I want to run the master. So in my case, my RAM is total 1 GB around. This much is free. Very limited RAM is free in this system, 61 MB around. So if you run multiple jobs, so maybe you can run multiple jobs, but every job requires some memory, right? If you don't have so much memory, so finally they're going to fail. So accordingly, you can plan how much memory you have. And when you run the job, every job is a program. How much program will take the memory? Some program might take 1 GB RAM, some program will take 10 MB RAM, depend upon the program to program. Accordingly, you can plan the executors. But let's say just for testing, I'm just setting 5 executors here. Okay. So let me save this. Now, now you have 5 executor in your master system. Means I can run this job also, I can run this job also, I can run this job also, I can run this job one more time, right? And we have 5 executor, all the jobs run in parallel. But yeah, after this, if I try to run some other, it will go in the build. Okay. So this is not about the slave respective. Okay. But this concept we will use somewhere in the slave. So this is the build executor parallel concurrent in the build queue concept I explained to you. It's very useful. Sometimes, and most of the time, this is very much helpful. Okay. So guys, this is one concept. Now it's time to go to the same topic again and how we can set the slave node and attach to the master. That's what the plan is. So for this, I need one operating system, a slave node that we launch. Like, can you give me 1 minute, please? I'll just come back in a minute. Then I'll show you how to do the setup, right? Just give me 1 minute, please. Okay, guys, I muted for 1 minute. So let's see, guys, how we can set up the slave node of Linux, right, to run the jobs. Okay, so for this, we have this slave node launch. Okay, now how we can do this process? So very simple, nothing very complex. Okay, we have to install the agent on this node. We have to install the agent. And guys, there's a multiple way to install the agent. Okay, in the slave node, and after install the agent, connect this agent to the master. Okay, what I mean by multiple way? So if you have a master Jenkins, right? Obviously Jenkins is a master. Okay, here in master, and let's say they are on the system number A, and if the system number B would be your Linux operating system. Okay, and here we motto is we want to create this thing as a slave or the worker node, and for this we have to install one program called agent here. Okay, so only game is how can we install the agent and how this agent can connect. Okay, so one of the way to install the agent and connect the agent is okay, from the master. Okay, this master has a capability to connect to the slave. Okay, first step is they will connect to the slave. Second step is they will send this agent program, is again one kind of program they send from master to the system B. And third, same system master will run this program, and when this agent program runs, this agent program automatically connected or registered to the master. Okay, so all the things you can control from the master, you don't have to go to B. Okay, and this is only workable, this step is only workable if you have this system as a Linux operating system. Why? Because in the Linux operating system, we have one protocol called SSH. Those who know SSH, so we can control some system from the remote login. And because Linux has a SSH support, so that's what we can use here. So I can tell my master, go to this system, how? Via SSH, and use the SSH to connect this system. And guys, for connecting SSH, you need only three things. You need the IP address, obviously the IP address of the slave. You need the second thing, the username of the slave. And third thing, you need the password of the slave. So only three things you need. And these three things you have to give to the master. The master. Okay. And that's what, guys, master will automatically go to slave on your behalf. Okay. Install the first, transfer the agent there. Okay. And then they run the agent and automatically register to themselves. So automatically this agent will register to the master. That's what we're looking for. So doing this thing in the Linux is so simple. In Windows, there's different steps, but this is what we can do. If the slave is Linux, you can do these steps. So how we can do this? So for this only thing in the Jenkins master, okay, you have to provide these three information. That's all. There, so in the Jenkins master, okay, if you go to dashboard, if you go to manage Jenkins, this is the page where you can do anything and every settings about the Jenkins. Okay, and here you can see one option called manage nodes. Manage nodes means if you want to add more nodes, nodes here means the slave nodes. Manage node. And right now, what can you see? You have only one node with us. It's called built-in node, means they're talking about their own self. So this is the node we have, means the Jenkins master. And till date, all the job we run in Jenkins master only. So if you see, if you click on this name, you will say this is the built-in node. It means they are talking about the same stuff where Jenkins controller running. Controller means the master node running. Okay, and in this master node, they give you 5 executors to run. So they talk about the detail about the Jenkins itself. But if you want to add more nodes, there's option called add new node option here. And here you can give the node name. So let's say my node name is Linux -slave-1. Just give some name, whatever your name you want to give. So this is the one node. You want this node to be permanent enable? I say yes. That's what I told you guys. Okay, there's two ways to connect the nodes. One, the permanent and dynamic, because this OS we launch ourselves. Okay, and in the future you have to manually delete it whenever you want. So this node are known as permanent, but in the future I show you how to make it dynamic. So there we use some container technology like Docker. I'll show you there how. Okay, so right now this would be your permanent node. Okay, so this is what the setting we have to do. After this, just go and click create. Okay, and here guys, they ask you three things. Where it is, they ask you, right, what launch method you want to use. Okay, means how you are going to launch the agent in the slave. And there's a multiple method available. But in the Linux, the most simple and sophisticated method is SSH. In Windows, there's a different method. I'll show you. So here, the method that we are going to use, launch method of the agent, is via SSH. Other method we're going to use in Windows, but we are going to use SSH in the Linux if we have SSH enabled. Okay, this is the method, guys, we are going to use right now. Okay, and because we are going to use SSH, so they're going to ask you three things: IP address, username, and the password. So IP address means they're asking you the host name, that's called IP address. And I know the IP address of my host, so slave system. From here, I select my slave. Okay, I know the IP address, that's a public IP. I click this public IP, okay, and paste here. This IP address. Okay, so guys, again, I'm in the master, right? And here I'm giving the IP address of my slave. So this is the IP address. Let me write the name. The IP is 136. So this is the 136 IP address. And you need two more things: username and password. And username and password is normally known as credentials. You give the credentials also here. Okay, so that's what they're asking you. Can you tell me the credentials? So I don't have any setup here. Credentials. So you have to add the credentials here. Okay, add the credentials here. How? So here we have options to add. So Jenkins internally manage all the credentials for you. So in the future, we can also use anywhere you want to use. That's called Jenkins Credential Provider. So a lot of credentials, guys, we have to install in the Jenkins. We'll talk a little bit more about this. Okay, that Jenkins will store for future purpose also. So if you click here, here they tell you, right, how you want to store the credential. So you have to install the username password. Okay, just give your username and the password, that's all. Okay, username and the password. Okay, so if this system is Linux and if you know the username password, you can type here. Okay, but by chance, guys, this Linux that I launch in my AWS cloud, and AWS cloud, they give me the username, but they don't by default use password. Instead of the password, they use a key called private key that I downloaded already when we installed the operating system. I showed you in my last classes. Okay, so here I don't have my password, so I will go for different method. Okay, instead of my username password kind, I will go SSH username and private key. So this kind I will use because I have the private key with me. Okay, so this is the setup I would like to do here. Okay, so what username you have? How can you find? So from AWS, just click on the instance, and from the connect, you can find your username that you guys might know already. EC2-user. So that is my username of the OS, or maybe you can go inside this OS and create some more other username if you want. But this is a username we have already. And what is a private key that you can add here? So when I launch this OS, and then I'm launching, I attach one private key. Okay, what is the name of the private key I attached? Let me show you one more time. So when I click here, and if you go down, this is the private key I attached. What to use a private key? In my first class, I show you, even the one video I share you extra in your learning portal, where I explain you how to create the private key while launching this. So nothing very fancy here. So this is the private key I attached, and this private key I had there in my laptop that I already downloaded when I'm launching this OS. Okay. So let me attach this private key directly. Okay, add, and let me add. Now here they don't give me options to add the file. You need to copy and paste the private key here. So in my case, my private key, guys, in my download folder. Okay, and this is my private key that I downloaded. So I double click, and this is my private key. Again, this private key is like a password. Obviously, you can't share to anyone. So I copy this private key from here and paste. That's all. So that's what you guys can add. Okay. And that's all. Let me add this. So new credential you added, and now you have to select from here. It means if you want to log into this OS, you need IP address, host name, username, and the password. So password, we attach the private key, this credentials. Now I have given this entire information in my Jenkins master. Now Jenkins master will use SSH to connect to this IP with user and password, and after connect, internally they automatically install the agent for you and automatically run for you. You don't have to worry about everything they will do for us. Okay, so that's what they will do. Okay, one thing that you have to do here as extra, let me share this screen to you. Thing as extra, if you go up, they are asking the root directory or remote directory, I guess. So what is use of this? It's a very simple idea. I already explained you today. Okay. So in the Jenkins, guys, right, whenever you download the code from SCM, it will store in the Jenkins local hard disk, where in some folder. By default, Jenkins using a folder called where lib Jenkins folder that I show you today already. Similarly, when you transfer the code to the slave, they also store this code somewhere in their local hard disk, right? Where they store in some of the folder and some of the directory. Okay, and that is called remote directory. So they are asking here which directory you will store entire projects. So whenever we give this project to you to run and code to run, where you keep. So here they're asking the folder name. Okay, so let me first go and create this folder where in my slave. So this is my slave. Let me connect to my slave. And I'm creating some folder here in the same location. So the folder name, let's say Jenkins workspace. There's some folder name. So this is the folder name. Okay, so I want whenever master send any job, my job will be stored here. Where? In my slave. Okay, and the path of this folder is this one. So this is the entire path. So where you create the folder, you should know the entire path. Okay, but it is highly recommend those know a little bit about Linux permission security, because right now we log in with this user. So create this folder in this after logging to this user only. Otherwise, there's some kind of permission issues gonna come up, because we are Jenkins master logging to this user. So from this user only, we create some folder. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Otherwise, there's some kind of some permission issue gonna come up. Those who know permission, they might understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the folder. Let me write the folder. That's what. Okay, and guys, here also in the in the slave, okay, how many jobs you can run in the parallel? That's called executors. And what is executor? I explained to you. By default, they give one, but let me add one more. I want to run 2 jobs in parallel. You can add more executors if you want to add. Okay, here's one thing. Now, it's again very important practice, and maybe sometime compulsory also. Every node, the way I explained to you, you might have multiple slave node. Every node you have to give some unique names that is called labels. You can give any label. Label is just like a name. Maybe this label, maybe this is my build Linux or build Maven. This label may be testing. This label may be Windows, no. So give some levels. This level is very much important. Why? When I write the job, I'll show to you. But whenever in the future, whenever we run the job, that time they ask you, when we get the job, that you want to run the job in which slave node, and they are not asking the slave IP address. They will ask the level of the slave. Okay, what I mean by this, when I run the job, you come to know. But right now, it is good practice, and we have to do, okay, what level. So let's say this is a Linux build. I'm just giving some random name, but give the name that makes sense. This is the Linux data center 2 node, the Linux build Maven node, this is Linux Maven test node. So some better name you can give here. But this level name is very important. Okay, where we're going to use, I'll show you when I start the build. I'll tell you. Okay, and there will be some more options here as we progress in this discussion, right? I will explain you some more options here. Okay, the only thing option I want to show you right now is when this a slave node created, automatically agent will start, and we are asking this agent will be always online. I want my node always up. Okay, why? Because my Jenkins will give the job any point in time. Okay, but we can schedule also this agent will run for 2 hours, 3 hours a day. So those things we can do. We'll see in the future, but right now this is the by default setting. I'm not changing. And one last thing I want to show you here: the host key is enabled. What I mean by this, I'm not changing here, but in a minute you guys come to know the use of this. Okay, so nothing I've changed here. This part we change, and this part we add. That's what we change here. Now what you will see, guys, as soon as I save, if everything is good, your slave will be connected to the master automatically. Okay, but if you miss something, it will fail. And I believe I missed 2 or 3 things here intentionally because I want to show you the output. First, trouble, because the best way to learn is first see the error, see the trouble, then troubleshoot it. This is the best way to learn the concept. But let's see what happened if I save. If I save, this, you guys see this icon is blinking. Okay, it means they are trying, master is trying to connect to a slave, means they are doing this step 1, 2, 3. First they do connect, get the connect done, then upload the agent done, then run this agent there only, where in the slave system, and as soon as they run the agent will register to the master. If everything is good, then you can see there is no issues. In some way, let me refresh the status. Okay, they are still doing. Okay, they are doing something, but according to me, I feel they will fail. Okay, they are waiting this output to see. But even though you can see the real-time status also, what they're doing behind the scenes. So if you click on this name, okay, here you can see the logs, what they're doing behind the scene. Okay, if we start from here, initially they start, okay, to connect. Okay, and while connecting to this IP address, okay, there's some issue of known host found. Okay, there's some kind of issues come up. Okay, there's some kind of key exchange issue come up. Okay, and that is the reason, guys, they're still trying 6 times, 7 times. Means they are trying to connect. Means my master behind the scene is trying to connect. Okay, trying to connect, but they won't able to connect. So first step is still waiting. We haven't reached to second, third step. First step is still waiting. Okay, they keep on trying, and after 4 try, 0 try, finally you will see it will fail. Okay, so they're trying 10 times for connect, but they will fail every time, and after 10 try, it will fail. So what is the issue? So this is not an issue more. It is not so much technical issue from the Jenkins side. It is just very common point from the SSH. So anybody who know SSH, so from one computer, if you try to connect to other computer, okay, and this system is a Linux server, and this is the SSH is enabled here. So from this system, if you try to do SSH first time, okay, so this system, they're asking, do you want to connect yes or no? SSH guys work on encryption. They have a public and private key pair. So first time when you connect, this public key is transferred to a system. And this public key is used for multiple purpose in the future. So to further encryption and something like this. So I don't want to guys discuss much about this. Anybody who want to know this process, what I'm trying to explain in very basic, still a lot of concepts, practical. So I will share my video from my YouTube, okay, where I explain the SSH protocol in very detail. But you guys might have seen multiple times, maybe. And so, for example, let's say I'm running PuTTY here. PuTTY here. So let me show you. If I run the PuTTY here, or let me restore PuTTY, let me log in from my command line, SSH. Let me go to my download folder first, SSH, and I try to connect to one of the system. Okay. And from my Windows, I'm connecting first time. But they're asking you, do you want to connect yes or no? And they're sending some kind of keys to you. That's called key. This is called key, they're saying. And if I don't say any yes or no, it won't go ahead. Okay. But if I say no, it won't go ahead. Or if I keep on waiting, it won't go ahead. And see guys, host verification failed. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, instead of PuTTY or instead of from our own command SSH, okay, Jenkins here is actually connecting the system. And because Jenkins connected first time, until the system is asking yes or no, but Jenkins has no way to say yes. Okay, and that is guys, this issue was happening. Okay, and that's easy guys, if you see in the log details. Okay, they say I'm trying to do SSH, but there's nobody say yes or no. So I'm still waiting, and finally I'm still trying. Okay, so for this, there's a multiple way we can solve. But before this, let me do one thing. I'll go to my agent and let me don't do anything here. So what I'm going to do here, okay, so when you create this agent, this point in time, if you click on this agent, I want to reconfigure it. Okay, and here there's an option called host verification strategy, and in this we will disable this. No verification means don't ask me yes or no. Automatic field yes means auto connect. So don't ask me yes or no, something like this. Without ask me yes or no, auto correct. Automatic field that you are yes, and go ahead. Something like this. Okay, that's what the thing is. Not always good practice. Those who know SSH, we can copy the key here. That's a better way in the terms of security, but I don't want to go for much detail in SSH. Anybody who knows SSH, they can copy paste the key here. Okay, but I just make it this point database simple by applying this. Okay, now if I save this, okay, and let me relaunch my agent to ask to reconnect, relaunch the agent. And at this time, guys, this time, if you see, when they relaunch, we have a connectivity. So when we relaunch, they are successfully connected. They are not checking the key and logging successful. Okay, so logging successful is done. So the step number 1 is done successfully. And if you're done successfully, it means they're not 2 also done successfully, because transferring is not a big deal. But we have some issue in the third step. Okay, we have issue in the third step. Okay, and what this issue is talking about, they say we are trying to run the agent, but we have this issue. And this was very clear. Add a very simple. Okay, Jenkins is sending the agent. Agent is a program, and this program, guys, is written in a language called Java. Okay, and for running the Java program, we need Java in the slave system. And again, there's a minimum requirement. So only things that you need in the slave system, maybe Windows or Linux, you need Java, means you need JDK, Java Development Kit. Okay, and in my slave system, this is my slave system, I believe. In my system, I don't have Java right now. Okay, so you see Java, I don't have. And that's what the guys error also coming up. Java is not there. So in the slave system, you have to install the Java. How? Right now I'm doing manually, but now it is a good use case for Ansible. So those who know Ansible, okay, those who know Ansible, what can do as soon as your OS launch in EC2, okay, you can ask Jenkins that will run the job, and the job will go to this instance and install the Java for you. Okay. And in the job, you can use the Ansible. So those who know Ansible, they understand what I'm talking about, because Ansible is a configuration management tool. I highly suggest those who don't know Ansible, you should know this, because it will help you in a lot of automations. I'm not showing right now Ansible, okay, but I'm just giving you some idea. Okay, so Ansible will automatically go and solve the Java for you, because this is the one requirement we have, but in most of the requirement, before we do something, I need some setup to be done. Maybe afterwards, I want to install Maven also. So I will install Maven manually, but if you know the Ansible, okay, you can integrate the Ansible with the Java if you want. So you can integrate Ansible with the Jenkins. I'll show you if you want. Okay, and Ansible automatically install Java, Maven, and other tools also for you. Because that was a minimum requirement of the Jenkins, right? If you don't have the Java, how they run their Jenkins? If you don't have Maven, how they run the build? Okay, Jenkins will only control, schedule, but you should have that tool available. Okay, so that's the point. So I'm just giving as information here. I'm not doing in this way. I'm doing it manually. So in my slave system, I'm going to install the Java. Now, which version of Java you install, it depends upon, okay, which language the code has been built. So my developer say the code. Okay, no, in this example. In this example, mostly recommended is whatever version of Java installed in master, same version you will install in the slave. Other version also work, but with good practice, you install the same version. And guys, if you remember, in my last class, when I installed the Jenkins, I installed version 11 of the Java. So this is the page we used, okay, and we use this particular version of the Java. So same version, guys, I'm installing where in the slave. Okay, it's not compulsory, but it's good practice. You install same. Maybe in some of the versions they might not work properly. Same version I'm installing. Okay, and I'm using sudo command to install. This is a one-time setup again. Right now I'm doing manually, but if you have Ansible, Ansible will automatically do full. Okay, and for installing this software, Amazon give this extra command, because I don't have this command software available. Okay, and guys, this is I'm doing in the slave node. Why I'm doing, I will explain to you. Okay, the agent is written in Java, and for Java, we need Java software to be installed. That is the minimum need of the agent. Okay, yes, let's stop for you. Okay, so there will be one last point I believe to be do. Okay, so the next explanation was in explanation I explain you multiple things, but otherwise 2 or 3 steps we have to do. Now Java installed successfully. I can see the version of the Java by this command. So Java 11 has been installed successfully. Okay, now let me reheat again one more time. Okay, so I'll go to my slave node again, and this time the field. Okay, see here my field. Why? Because I don't have the Java. They try multiple times, they fail. But but if I launch the agent again, so the guys here very quickly they connect. See here, when this line come up, it means they connect successfully. Okay, so what you will see, okay, first they log in successfully. Step number 1 is done. Then they transfer the agent. Okay, let me show you. So they transfer the agent, and the agent name, guys, is called remote.jar. That's what they transfer. You can see somewhere here. So it is somewhere. They transfer one agent called remote.jar. It is there somewhere. Here it is. So they copy the agent. The agent name is called remoting.jar. That is the agent name or the agent program name. Concept is agent, but the program name is called remote.jar. What they do, they copy it. Okay. So step number 2 is done, and step 3 is run and register, means connect. So step number 3 is also the running the agent, and finally they're connected. So now your slave node is online. Online. Okay. And after the online, we can retrieve lots of information of the slave. How many hard disk is free? Okay. So this slave, we can retrieve all the information here. Okay. And we can see some more other information about the slave from the load statistics. Okay. It's a lot of information we can see. Right now, nothing because we have just launched. Right. So a lot of information you can see from here. Anytime you want to disconnect also, there's option here to disconnect if you want. But yeah, we have one more slave node come up. So what is the complete, what is the final output we achieve? Now we have one master node. Okay, and now we have one slave node on running Linux. Okay. So how we can use the slave node? Let me show you. Now it's pretty simple to use the slave node. Okay, and now the slave node gives you 2 executors more. So we have total 7 executors, even though from here you can see. Okay, 5 from master and 2 from slave. So if you want to run any job, okay, how can you run? Let's say new job for slave 1 freestyle. And now, let's say I want to run the job, a very simple job. I want to run the job with a command called echo hello. And I want this command out to be stored in one file, let's say temp in hs.txt file. Okay, it means whenever we run this job, the job will print this and this output will be stored in this file in the temp folder. The only thing is I want to check where this file created. If this file created in master, it means the job run in master. If the file created in slave, it means they run in the slave. As a quick test. Let me check. Okay, let me go out. And if I run this job, okay, run this job, you can see where the job run. So job run, guys, normally run very quickly, very simple job. So you want to see hit because they run very quickly. Okay, but let's see where this job run. One more way to check is I can go inside the job and we can see the details where this job run. So guys, this job run in built-in node. It means they're saying they run in master. They run in master. But let me check one more way. Okay, so this is my master node. Okay, this is my master node. If I go to temp folder, this file created. So obviously this is the proof that this is run in the master. But if I go to my slave node, let me check very quickly. Okay, my slave node in the temp folder, this file created. So by default, guys, job run in the master node. Why? Because whenever you guys creating the job, that time you have to ask this guy that I want this job only run in the slave. How? So the top section in general, this option, guys, was not here, but after you add one of the node, this option come up, restrict the where your project is going to run. Like here, you have to give the label name, and that is the reason, guys, why we give the label to the node. Right? So that time, guys, we give the label called Linux. Guys, type automatically this label name come up. So Linux build node. Or maybe you can use the node name also. Let me use the label here. Okay, let me remove this space and enter. And what they found? They found we have only one node having this label. Okay, even though we can do one more kind of setup, we can launch 10 computers with the same level. Okay, and when you hit, all the 10 nodes come up, and any of the one of the node automatically they pick. In some use case, this might be useful. I'll show you where. Okay, but we have only one node that has this level that we have set at the time of launching that node. In this case, any node who has this level, maybe have 10 nodes, but any node who have this level, this job will run there. Okay, and to show you a little bit more clearly, let me first change something. So this is a way you can restrict your job to run on particular node. And let me run some sleep command so I can hold for some second. Okay. Save. Now this time, if you run this job, you will see the difference. Now this job will run on slave IDs here. If you go inside the job, if you see this job is running in 2, means they are running on slave. And if you go to console output, the job is running on this particular slave. Okay, and what is the workspace they're using? They're using this workspace because this is what workspace was created in this slave. It means I will go to my slave. So in this folder, my job will store. So here they create one folder called workspace. The same folder, guys, they stored your agent also. And this is the job name they have, and entire data, because in this job we don't have any data because we are running the command. But if you download anything from Git and something like this, they will download here. Okay, and now they get the job run in my slave. So in the temp folder, this time this file is being created. So there's a one quick proof that the job is running in the slave. So now everything is working great and fine. Okay, properly they are working for us. Okay, so that is one thing. Now why we have done this setup? Okay, because the way I explained to you, right? Why we have done this setup? Because my requirement may be something like this, the way I started. Now what I want, as soon as my developer push the code, my Jenkins will run the job, maybe manual or automatically by the help of triggers. Okay, and Jenkins don't do anything in the job. They will send this code to my worker node, and let's say the requirement will be I want to build the code. So my worker node is the one who will build the code for us. That was the plan we have. So I want my worker node, we have to do everything for us instead of my master node. That is a plan. Okay, so how we can do this? Let me show you how we can do this. Okay, so for this setup is done. Okay, only thing is, because for building I'm going to use a Java code, and for building we need a Maven. So you should know a little bit about the Maven before I go for this practical. Go for this practical, right? So before, guys, I go for and show you this entire practical, the entire pipeline or entire setup from here till my worker node. And after this, there's a lot of things we can add on the top of this. Okay, so to show this practical, I want to explain you something about Maven. Okay, so let's do one thing. Because a lot of information I provided to you, and this part is done. Okay, and I will then explain you something on Maven. Then I can see all the things, how the thing connected. And if the time suggests today, I will also show you how to connect Windows slave node also. Logic wise, they're same, but there's a little bit some small steps difference. So I will try to show you how to set up the Windows slave node. So any queries, guys, if you have till now on this topic, you guys can ask. Okay. So Jenkins also signed in with and that old IP base. Abhinav, I think I show you that old IP change. So how to integrate Ansible? Don't worry, guys. I'll show you. Right now, I'm not focusing on Ansible, but integrating won't be big deal. Okay, but I'm just showing you all the possibilities of the Jenkins, and as we progress, we will discuss. What if the agent failed? Well, master will be try to start it. Yes, Santosh, master will start it. Depend upon what type of agent you launch. In the SSS kind of thing, they will try. But if you use a different approach that I'm showing in the Windows, they won't try. So for this, we can do some other workaround. What are those workaround? I will explain you in some time. Okay. So Nikhil, yes, it is good practice. You should have same version in master and slave. Okay, because the master is the one who is sending the agent, and agent is written mostly in the same version of the Java where the master written. So in my case, Java master is supported Java 8 or Java 11. So in a slave, you should have either Java 8 or Java 11. Okay. Yes, Ashutosh, we can connect Jenkins with ECR service also. Okay. So you can connect. How I might not tell you in this class, but when I show you the concept of Docker connections, right? So you get the entire idea, and same idea you can use to connect AWS ECR, because here we are not into SS. Nobody knows, not mostly knows the ECR services. So I don't want everyone to be confused. But my Docker practical will give you the entire idea how to connect with the ECR services. Okay. So maybe if you need, I'll try to show, but I might not show you. So master connection failed due to authentication permission error. Abhishek, where are you getting this error? Okay, because if you're getting this error while connecting from master slave, then check your private key, what you attach. Okay, and if you're getting this error, while logging to your slave machine from your portal, then there may be other issue. I don't know where you're getting. So if you use Ansible, then no need to install agent explicitly. No, for Ansible we don't need. But motto would be, we are using Ansible to set up those things. Why we are setting the slave node? Because I want to use the slave node in the future. So that purpose we need the agent. Okay, you can think in this way. But yeah, for Ansible you don't need to install the agent, right? So anybody who know Ansible, so we will have to use the inventory. Inventory is enough to set up from Ansible master node or Ansible controller node to that particular systems. As such, Harsha, you can use n number of jobs in parallel. Only limitation would be your resources, RAM and CPU. That is the only limit. Otherwise, you can run as much as many jobs you can run in parallel. What is executor? Execute nothing is just like a program. So technically, if you try to understand behind the scene, executed nothing. Jenkins will run some kind of Java program, and via this Java program, they are calling your job. That's all. So that is what executor. It's not like a kind of any other script. Jenkins is running some kind of internal Java code or some script to run it. Run your job and job related command, like git command, like date command or sleep command. They run behind the scene as like a shell program for you. For duty security, if we don't want to install Maven in slave, then there's other method. Without installing Maven, we can run the job. No, obviously you can run, right, your job. But if you don't have the Maven, how can you build it? So if your requirement is, if you want to build the job of Java and you need Maven to build, obviously then you have to install Maven, right? Okay, but if you think, no, you don't want to build the job of Java with Maven, or you don't want to build, so don't install Maven. So Maven is not important here, even though till now we haven't installed Maven. Thing is working, right? So Kiran, you have to install Maven only if you want to use Maven. Otherwise, you can use the slave node as a normal running your task for other tasks. Okay. So Vikrant, you asked, do we use non-verified verify strategy in real time as well? I don't recommend use non-verify strategy, but yeah, if you're just testing something, if you're in your own lab environment, if you're on your private environment, isolated environment, okay, you're launching your own instances, everything's managed by you, then using non-verify verification doesn't have any issue. You can use it blindly. Okay, but if the instance is launched by other team, your IT guys, and you are the Jenkins guys who want to use those instances which given by your other team members, okay, then in those scenario, using the verify strategy is always good. Okay, is always good. Okay, if you think you can, project also very critical, it's good, right? If you're not good, actually, it's highly recommended. And how to use the verification? Nothing. Just go to your team who launched the OS, ask them to give your SSS public key, not the private key, public key, and store in your local host file. So that is a pure typical thing of your SSS thing. It's not at all linked with Jenkins. So those who know SSS, they can do. Otherwise, you can go to one of my video. I'll share to you. Okay, of SSS. There I show you how to what is non-host file and how can you see the public key, copy there and use there. Okay, so I think Vikrant, you got the answer what you're talking about, right? After reboot, when the IP change, this setup, no, obviously, Archiman, after reboot, your IP change, this setup will obsolete, your slave will disconnected. So again, you have to kind of reconnect your slave. Okay, but it's not good practice. So that is the reason your IP should be permanent, especially the IP of master should be permanent. Okay, so otherwise, every reboot, every time system shut down, start IP change, you have to reconnect everything from the scratch. So that is the reason, one of the reasons why we want our IP address of the master to be permanent. Okay. So how to get Ansible with Jenkins? I'll definitely Abhinav try to show in upcoming class, right? I definitely try to show you. How master slave helping clustering? Harsha, which clustering you're talking about? Hundreds of different kind of clustering available. If you can a little bit elaborate what clustering and which clustering you're talking about, I can properly guide you. How to get Terraform module in AWS for S3 provisioning in AWS for code build and code pipeline. So I think Ramesh, your question is more about Terraform. I don't see any link with Jenkins, but Terraform is one of the great and the best tool any AWS guys or cloud guys should know. And anything you want to provisioning of any services, AWS or any cloud, you can do with Terraform. How? Obviously, this is not the Terraform class, but if your question is related to Jenkins, can you use Jenkins to contact Terraform and ask Terraform to launch something AWS? That is always the great things we have. Okay, so right now, why launch this slave agent manually, right? Manually, but here we can ask Jenkins as a job in the master, and the job will contact to Terraform, and Terraform will launch this setup for me. And then we'll ask my Ansible, and Ansible will do the further configuration, means like installing Java and something for me. So everything can be automated, right? But we need different set of tools for this. Okay, so so guys, soon we will also coming with one Terraform training, highly recommended. So you guys can go through it and understand the Terraform. But I'll give you some hint in upcoming class with Jenkins how to integrate with Terraform. That hint I can definitely give, but I can't show the practical because you guys might not have the Terraform knowledge till now. But those who know the Terraform, by those setup or hint, you will get the entire idea. Yes, Santosh, right now we have one master setup. Yeah, if master guys goes down, entire setup goes down. Okay, because master is the one who is getting the new code, providing and scheduling to the slave. So if master goes down, so there is nobody who can connect to the slave. So master here is known as single point of failure. If master fail, single point of failure, entire setup fail. Okay, entire setup not be useful. Okay, so that is a reason in some of the critical situation, what can we do? We can create multiple masters of the Jenkins. So master number 1, master number 2, master number 3. So one of the master fail, second master will take care of it. Second fail, third will take care of it. Now this kind of setup is known as high availability setup. So Jenkins has a capability to do and use the high availability. So one of the master fail, your setup one goes down. This is called high availability. It is available in the Jenkins. How to add multi-region deployment capability? Ramesh, I think this is, you are again asking with respect to AWS cloud multi-region, right? So I think if you are with me in my AWS classes that is going on, there I have a lot of discussion come on multi-region deployment. Okay, of whatever you want to deploy, maybe Jenkins or other things. So we have a lot of discussion over there. Okay. How can we build a result from slave to master? So how we get build? Yes, Rama, this is one of the practical I'm going to show you today. Okay, so that's very interesting concept. I'll show you after the slave build, I will get the result back to the master. Okay, so how we will discuss. I'll show you today. So remote.jar Gyan is a file. Okay, the agent is just a concept, but the file name or the program name for the agent is called remote.jar. So this is a file that your slave run. Okay, and that file makes you a slave agent, or that is agent file, I can say. Okay. Yes, Abhinav, it will work. You can use Ansible. They have a module available to join your Windows server to the domain servers. Okay, so in the Ansible, if you search a module for Windows to join with your AD, you will find Ansible module, or you can find Ansible Galaxy role for this. Search in the Ansible Galaxy, you will find it. So in which workspace slave job is? So I show you Nihar, right? In the slave, the folder that I created, my job will be stored there. I show you in my slave, right? So wherever the folder you created, that folder will store your job in the slave. So when you ask, I have a case where developers are different writing some code, and I do not have the GitHub repo. So how can I enable trigger in the case if I'm using? So that's a very cool question, John, you ask. And for this, we have one more kind of triggers available in the Jenkins. Even in my upcoming class, I will like to show you this trigger that is called remote build triggers. Okay, so without GitHub also, we can directly build or directly run the jobs. I don't need any GitHub for this. So in the Jenkins, this is one trigger. Okay, this trigger we can use to run the Jenkins job without GitHub also. This one, a remote build. Okay, how to use this in my upcoming discuss, maybe tomorrow class. I'll tell guys how to use. Okay. So what is Maven? So guys, after the break, I am going to start the Maven discussion on it. Don't worry. Those who don't know Maven, I will discuss. Where we need to install Ansible if you want to integrate with Jenkins. So it would be your choice, Nita, where you want to install Ansible. But we can install Ansible in the Jenkins system only, Jenkins master. So same Jenkins master will be your Ansible controller. Okay. Or you can install Ansible in the slave node also. So it will be your choice. Okay. We can control both. So every time it is trying to find a slave, whenever we are submitting the job, it is not time consuming, right? It is like it is only taking time, how much time it take to packet to travel, right? So why is time consuming? Because slave connected one, that's all. Okay. In the permanent slave, in dynamic, it takes some extra second because we're using Docker. So Docker is faster. So within some second, the slave start. So that there they take some extra second to launch. But here in this case of permanent, as the job come, you see also when I run the job within a second, they launch it, right? So within a second, they launch for it. It's not time consuming. Okay. And when you run the job, we don't think more about the job, more about time, right? If you have 5-10 second, 1 minute delay, that's okay. That's also one point, because job means we are running the long running job sometime. We are getting the data. It's not a real time, application, right? Where somebody come to Google and start searching. It is running behind the scene. It takes some extra 1-2 seconds, 1 minute. That's okay, right? But technically, what you're asking, Amit, it is not time consuming. Within some second or less than second, they will correct. Okay. So, guys, I think most of the questions I touch. Okay, some of the questions might be missed, but don't worry. In my next upcoming discussion, those things will be addressed. Okay. So let's go for a small break of 20 minutes. After break, I will show you how Maven work and how we can connect this entire setup, then Windows setup, right? So after 20 minutes around, let's say 22 minutes, I can say 4:30, we will continue. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's continue with the next part, right? So plan would be, I want to show you this particular practical the way I started today. Okay, where we have a master and slave, and I want my slave to be used as a built system, right? But before this, I want to, because in today's class, I'm going to use example of Java as a language. So for this, the build tool that we are going to use is called Maven. And I believe that most of you guys have no idea of Maven. So let me very quickly give you a quick summary of the Maven. Again, guys, we are not into the Maven class as such, because Maven is a great tools, tons of concepts they have. But I'm going to give you enough information that would be more than enough to work with the Maven, and we can use this concept to integrate with the Jenkins also. Okay, so you can think in this way. No, I'm going to explain you about the Maven. Okay, so think in this way. Let's say we have a developer, and developer write a code in a language called Java. Okay, called Java. Okay, so guys, if you have a work on any programming language, again, to learning the Maven, we don't need any programming knowledge. Okay, without programming also we can work with the Maven. But if you ever work on any programming language, okay, in the programming language, you open the file, okay, and you start writing the code. Okay, and while writing the code, most of the time we will use our functions. That is also sometimes known as a method. Okay, and this function is method will do something for you. Maybe function, maybe I want to do plus minus. So function, maybe I want to do square root. A function, maybe I want to do some kind of mathematical thing. A function, maybe I want to play a song with a speaker. It would be any kind of function. Okay, or the method. All those method function is normally the part of, okay, part of one big file or one file that is called module. So any programming language, if you want to use any method or function, mostly we have to use some module, or mostly we have to import some module. So you can think, those who don't know, module is again one kind of program file written by somebody. Okay, and that file that is written by some other developers over the internet or in the open community. This file we are going to use, that is called module. And inside this file, they write multiple functions, somebody written, and we are going to use here. So there's a guy's normal pattern of writing the code. Okay. But only point here is, okay, if you want to use any module or this third-party program, how you can get it. For getting this module or the third-party program, so that what the function and functionality they written, we can use in our program. Okay, for this, we have to install some kind of software. And the software is normally known as library in your programming world. Okay, so if you are looking for this module, we have some library. And if you install this library, we get all these program files written by other developers over the open community and open source community and by maybe open market. And now we can use this module, and from this module, we can run the function. Okay, so we need a library. Now, which library you need, it all depend upon the programmer. So let's say my developer is working in their laptop, okay, and this developer is writing the code, okay, and they keep on importing and using the modules, okay, and for using this module, developer will install respective library in your local laptop, okay, because they are writing the code. And maybe they're writing the code in their text editor, or maybe in their IDE in integrated development environment, maybe Java, Visual Studio or Eclipse or IntelliJ, whatever IDE they use. So their IDE will normally automatically install the library for you and download the library for you from the internet. So when my developer is writing the code, they won't face any hurdle. And when they write the code, automatically the library downloaded in the local system, and when they write the code, they can compile the code and they run the code, all the things. So I can say in my developer laptop or my developer workspace, whatever the code we have, whatever library we need, everything they have in the laptop. Okay, that's the reason they can write the code and they can run the code there for testing locally in the system. Okay, so there they don't have any challenge. The challenge would be when a developer upload this code to GitHub. Okay, in the GitHub they only upload the code. Okay, they don't upload the library. Okay, why? There's a lot of reason for this. Because the library is third party, developer doesn't write it, the library is available in the market. Those who want to use their code, they can download the same library from somewhere, okay, from the internet. And again, even though there's hundreds of libraries, sometimes we have to use, so it will again maybe consume some MBs of space. So there's no meaning to keep on uploading the library to the central system and sharing the library to other persons. So typically developer always and mostly only upload the code or upload the app, web app, for example, in that case. Okay, they only upload this. They are not uploading the library. It means if you're using this system, okay, this system, let's say system number B. So in this B system, what will we have? We will only have the code finally. Code. Okay, and in this code, what we have the module. Okay, and module come from the library. Come from the library. Okay, but in this system is a different system. Is not the developer workspace. Okay, this is the developer workspace. There's a due independent computer, and this computer, just can you hold for a second, please. Okay, so in this system, obviously we don't have that library available. So without library, if you try to run this code or compile this code, it will fail. Yeah, that is there in the code. This code say I need this module. If you don't, I need this module for this, I need some extra file, but it's not there because those libraries not there. So finally it will fail. Okay, so point here is, now challenge here is, okay, if you use any programming language, let's say if you use a programming language called Java, okay, it's a big huge language, tons of different, thousands of different things Java, with the help of Java we can do. And for everything we have mostly a library available in the market. Okay, now I don't know which library developer use, and again library has with multiple different versions. Maybe they said they are using some library for security. And again, in security, there will be thousands of things, right? So maybe let's say XYZ things they use for security, and they use version 2.4. Okay, and there's a lot of difference between 2.4 and 2.6. Just for example, I'm using here. Okay, but developer might use a library called 2.4. Okay, but if I'm running my code in this system, where they might already have the library, but their library is 2.6. So library is there, but library version different. So again, some of the function in the code will again not work. will not work. So point here is, if you talk about the Java as a tool or Python as a tool, there's a huge open source library available in market, given by the community members and available by the different companies. Okay, there's not single library for one particular things. They have hundreds of different kind of versions available, or one particular things, they have different hundred kind of different library available. We don't know which library Java Smart Developer use while writing the code. So if you don't use this library, either you will fail, or either the things won't work the way it should work. Okay, so there's one problem is if you want to run this code, okay, who will help you to download the libraries, what your code need? Who will help you to download the library? Plus, who will also help you to download the right libraries? Right, means the version 2.4 and something like this. Okay, so all this thing, guys, right, is again possible language to language. So in the Java, this can be done with a tool called Maven. So Maven is a tool who solves this issue. It is something like this. Anybody who know Linux, Red Hat. So in the Red Hat, if you want to install software, and that particular version of Red Hat might support some different version of software. Okay, so instead of library, in the operating system world, it is known as software. Okay, so for my OS, which software I support, which software I can work, okay, and from where we can download, it has been done by your package manager. For example, in Red Hat, the command is yum. Those who know Red Hat. So yum has a capability. They know how to, from where to download the software from, which version to download, and how to install. Okay, that has been done by yum in the Red Hat Linux, okay, on the software. Similarly, in the programming world, let's say if you talk about Java, in Java world, instead of software, we use the word called library. So instead of yum, here we have a command called Maven, or program called Maven. So Maven is a program that know how to download this library, which version to download, which is the right version for this particular code to run successfully, and from where to download. Okay, and because Java is a kind of open source, so we have a lot of open source public resources available for the libraries. And one of the very famous public resources available for the library is called Maven Central. Maven Central. Okay, so almost all the libraries and all the version of libraries is available there. We can change, we can create our own. In companies, sometimes they create their own central repository. Repository means where they keep all the softwares. So anybody who know Red Hat, so we have some centralized repository for the software. Similarly, we have central repository or location for the libraries of Java, or maybe for Python and something. For like in Python, we use pip command. Okay, for Node, we use npm command. So everybody has a, like in Ruby, we use gem command. So everybody has a different tool to use. Okay, so this is one of the capability Maven can do for you. Okay, so Maven is a tool, right? They will look on your code, and by looking at the code, okay, they will go to some internet centralized location called Maven Central, download the library, download the right version library, and install for you. That is one of the capability Maven can do for you. So let me show you very quickly. If you search for Maven Central, right? This is the Maven Central open source, open platform we have. And here, whichever kind of thing you want to, for example, you want to do something on security. So a lot of security related libraries available. Okay, there's a lot of libraries available over here. For example, you want to do something, maybe randomly if I use, let me use HTTP, right? Okay, so so maybe this is for your for mobile apps, right? Maybe let me use web pieces. So these are different versions of web pieces available. These are different versions we have, when they updated, what OS, what different things they have, right? And if you click any of the version, for example, if I connect on HTTP web server. So what is artifact here? Artifact means here the software. Here the software means the library. So this is one of the library we have. Okay, and these are two versions available right now. So if you click on this particular version, so this is the library we have. And here they talk about this library, what they do, okay, and which version they have, and XYZ things. But they tell you one more thing. This site say, if you want to download this library, one of the way you can use Maven as a tool. Other way also, we have other tools also like Groovy, Gradle, or Scalaz BT, right? So much more tool available in the market. But if you are trying to download this library, name this one with this version, the library also known as Artifact. Okay, then if you want to use Maven, then you have to use this kind of syntax. Okay, so you have to write, obviously you should write, okay, which library you want to store, which version you want to download. Okay, and who is the particular group who are managing. So anybody who know group ID, so like your project name or something like this. So again, not important, but this is the which software you want to install and which version you want to install. So to tell the Maven, and who will tell the Maven? Obviously, my developer will tell. Okay, so when my developer is writing the code, so in this, while writing the code, they say in this code I am using one module, and the module because I want to run some function, and this module come from this library. So developer will write, I am looking for this library of this version, and all this information developer have to write. They store the library locally. They won't share their library to us. The library will be a big in size and hundreds of libraries they might use. But they are not sharing the library or the software, but they are keeping this information in one file. But if developer think this, wherever we want to build this code or compile this code, in the future it has been done by Maven. So all this information developer store in one special file, and name of the file is called pom.xml. So this is one special kind of name of the file. So whenever you guys as Java developer creating a code or app, okay, so whichever folder they create the app, mostly in the same folder, they create a file called pom.xml. Okay, standard name you can change the name, but this standard name we always use. In this file, they give this entire detail, and detail will be look something like this, something like this. This file, this information will store inside the pom.xml. Who create? Your developer will create, or the developer is working on the IDE, some kind of coding platform, they will automatically create for us. Like they automatically create for them. So, but this is the responsibility of the developer. So whenever the developer share this code to the GitHub, entire code share means your app share, but with the app, right, they will also share the pom.xml file. Okay, so this is the entire setup will be uploaded in the GitHub. So that in the future, when Jenkins or somebody download this app, okay, they will get the app, means the code. And this entire code, this file, Jenkins will send to my other system, let's say B. And now what B system will have? Two things, code plus pom.xml file. And what the good thing about this file is, okay, now Maven is interested in this file. This is the Maven kind of configuration file. Okay, so by looking at this file, Maven come to know, okay, technically Maven guys doesn't read the code actually. Okay, Maven doesn't open a code to see which module you use. So Maven only interested in this file. So what Maven do? Okay, Maven will look at this file, and whatever written in this file, for example, in this file, it is written that this library have to download this version. So Maven will download this library and this version for you. Okay, where? In the system where this code is there. Then only they can compile the code, because this code, they will explain to you, the code need this module to be used, function to be used. Without library, it won't work. But who will, okay, who will download the library? Maven. But how Maven come to know which library, which version to download? They will take and see the pom.xml file. Okay, and after download, what they do? Okay, depend what you want, Maven will do for you. Okay, if you want, Maven will do compile for you. They can compile for you. Or maybe you want Maven will do test for you. So Maven also has capability to test the code for you. Or you want Maven will create a final package for you. Whatever package, after, for example, you have guys multiple Java code. This is program number 1, program number 2, program number 3. So when I compile, all the file compiled. Okay, so 3 files come up finally. But if I group together all those files, it becomes a software, it's called package. So if you want, Maven will create a package for you. This is called Java package, and Java package normally give the extension .jar or .var. This is a normal extension of the package in the Java. Okay, so Maven can also do for you. And much more thing Maven can do for you. There's much more thing we can achieve here. Okay, but this is the guys goal we have in the Maven. So what goal you want Maven will perform for you? Compile, test, package, both, all. Okay, you can give the goal to the Maven. Accordingly, they perform for you. Okay, this again one of the responsible Maven. Otherwise, Maven can do much more thing. It's a big tool. Even though we can have one extra class and training on the Maven, so this is big tool. Right, but these information, guys, is more than enough. Even though I'm going to show you how to use the Maven also without Jenkins, then I'll show you how to integrate with the Jenkins. Okay, so these are some concepts of the Maven. One more interesting thing is, if you guys know about Yum in the Red Hat, so when you install any software, so one software that you want to install that might have dependencies also. So example, if you want to install HTTP software as a web server with the Yum, but to install this software, you might have to install 10 more software as a dependencies that Yum will automatically figure out and install for you. Same thing in the Maven can also do for you. So if you ask the Maven, I want to install this software with this version, okay, but this software need 10 and 100 more library to install as a dependence with their respect to right version. So Maven will first download all those library with the right versions that is compatible with this and install for you. That can also be done by the Maven. Okay, so solving the dependencies, downloading libraries, setting the goal. Okay, these are some of the main use of the Maven as a tool. So typically that is a reason Maven is known as build tool, and Maven is known as build tool for the Java build tool or Java app build tool. Okay, so setting up the downloading library, installing the dependencies, compiling, testing, everything they will do for you. And just for your extra knowledge, you can only compile if you have the code. So code is written by the developer. This is not the Maven duty. And you can only do test if you have the test for the code is written. That is typically known as test cases. So if you don't have the test cases, Maven won't be able to do it. So again, this is duty of the developer and the testing guys who write those test cases for you. So this is the duty of the developers who write this code or write this code. This is not the Maven duty. Okay, for write these things. But yeah, if code is available, they can compile. If test code is available, they can test. Okay, and accordingly, they create the package. Okay, if your Java code is for general purpose code, like it is just a hello world kind of program, then the package extension is jar. Sometimes we have drivers, modules, they are jar. But if your Java code written for the website or web app, so their extension is normally WAR, a web archive. So there's a normal typical way to understand that Java code is a general purpose like hello world, normal desktop app, and something like this, or is a web app. So if they are the web app, then the extension is WAR, WAR. Otherwise, we have some more extensions, but it is again this much information is enough. So guys, I think lots of information I given to you step by step. Those who know don't know my Maven, I think now you get the idea what Maven is. Okay. Now let me show you how we can use. Okay. To show this, I have one Java code with me in my GitHub. Okay. GitHub. So this is one simple, very simple Java code I have. Okay. So in this Java code, if you guys see the POM file, that was I'm talking about. Okay. So what is there in this Java code? Okay, let me show you. So to show this, okay, to show this, what I'm going to do, let me download this course first. Copy, download. I'll share this link to you if you want. I'm sharing in your chat message. Okay. So let me download first thing in my local laptop. I'm launching Git Bash. Okay, in my local laptop, and let me go to my document, right, and let me go to one of the folder here. Okay, and I'm downloading this particular URL. We can use git clone command to download. Okay, so I'm downloading this particular Java app, let's say written by me or written by some developer of the Java. We don't have to worry about. So this folder been downloaded. And if you go inside this folder, okay, this is the multiple folder and files we have. Let me first show you what we have in the source. Okay, so source is a folder that contain your code. Okay, which code? The code that is your main program and code for test. So both the code for testing and for compiling is available in the source folder. Okay, in the source folder. So these two folder, all the testing code available here, and all the code that is your main program or website is written inside the main. So let me first go to main. And again, guys, there's a multiple folder inside this. There's some structure they maintain. We don't have to worry about this. Okay, then we have an app folder. Okay, and guys, this is our Java code. So anybody who knows Java, pretty simple hello world kind of code it is. If you don't know, doesn't matter. Okay, this code we have is just a very hello world kind of code, and when we run this code, they will print the message hello world. That's all. That is the code all about. Okay, so this code is written by the developer, but how can I run this code in the Java? It is not like Python or scripting language we can directly run it. We have to first compile it. But who can compile? I can compile. This is a command called Java C. It's not there in my laptop, but I can use this command to compile it. But challenge is when you compile this, okay, it will fail because in this code, okay, we are reusing multiple packages and some of the library also they're using behind the scene. Even this code is very simple, but some of the library they are using behind the scene, but that library might not be available in my laptop. You have to first go to internet, download it, download the respective version, supported version. It will be a big pain, right? So, so Maven will handle this. And if you go out from this folder, right now in this folder, if you go out from this folder, a little bit back, okay, a little bit out, and if you see the test folder also, so my developer hiding some test cases here to test something in this file. And if you open this file, okay, so this is one some called test they written, and what test they written, they say if what are the app you have created in this app will check does they're printing hello world or not. If they're printing hello world, test is right. If they're printing Linux world or as small as capital, the symbol or not, so we will say some error. So simple test they're written. So there's some kind of test they written. So they're testing one thing. Okay, maybe not useful, but they have one test. This is called as one test case. They're checking the main program is printing hello world or not. Okay, so that's what the case created. And test cases, guys, is known as unit test. So this is the one unit test they have created. And for unit test, again, we need some kind of library. Here I see a lot of libraries imported. So in this case, right now, if I run my test case, this file, it will fail. Why? Because my local laptop, this library, so this module is not available. Why? Because module comes from library and I don't have the library in my laptop. So who will download this library? Again, Maven. Okay. So that's what, guys, I'm trying to show you. Okay. So Maven will handle all these things for you. Okay. And even though, let me show you one more small thing. Okay. Let me go out from this folder. And this is your main folder where you download the project. Okay, and here you have the POM file. POM file is always there in the root of your project. Root means where when you download the project, where you see all the files, there's called root. And if you see the POM file, this is Maven respective file. It has no association with Java code. This file will be read by Maven only, or some kind of other build tools can also read. Okay, and if you open this file, so this kind of guys Maven file you can see. And what this file says, in the future, if you want to create a package, then package software has some name, right? The software has some version, and then you have to use some extension. So what name you want to give to software or artifact, what version you want to use, what extension you want to use, that was the describe here. I want my artifact name or software name is my app. My version of software is this one is just a version name. You can give anything. And the packaging would be jar and not war. Okay, because this is a normal hello world, it's not a website. But when you create a website with Java, then your packaging system would be war. Okay. And second thing, what we have in the POM file, in the POM file, we have this. Okay, this kind of setup. So my software is dependent on these libraries. That's what you can see here, dependencies. So go to Maven Central. This is the dependencies we have. I want this software of this version to be installed. Okay, and like this, we might have more. So even though they're not so much because it's small, this is small software, right? But this is how we write. So whenever we ask Maven, whenever we ask Maven to build this project, means compile, test, or packaging, Maven always read this file. So having this file is compulsory. From this file, they come to know what are the library depend on, and accordingly they will download. And after download, then they can compile, test, and packaging or build whatever you say here. So guys, this is a complete idea of the Maven. So how we can test this? Okay. So for testing, I'm directly using my slave system. Okay. So I'm just showing you first in my slave system how we can install the Maven and how we can do this Maven setup manually. Okay, and run the build manually. After things work properly, you can get the idea. Then I show you how to integrate with the Jenkins. Okay, so just forget for some time about Jenkins. I'm using this system, the slave one as just a normal system to test Maven. Okay, so I'm just showing you how we can set up the Maven. Okay, so don't connect right now with the Jenkins. I'll show you about how we connect with the Jenkins. So just focus your right now our mind only with Maven. Okay, so this is system I have, and in this system, let me first log into the root account, even though we don't require to log in, but let me log in. Okay, so first off, let me download my code. Same code, copy. And for downloading, I need a git command, clone, download. By chance, in the system, git command is not available. So let me install the git command first so that I can download in the system. So I'm downloading my Maven, sorry, my Java code. So my Java code, actually not this one, sorry. We have to download this one, right? Copy. So then we go out, git clone. Come on, what is happening? Why they are not copying? Copy. Okay. So git clone. I think this is what I share with you guys also. Yeah. And when you download, automatically they create a folder name with your Git repository name. So let me go inside this. So this is your project. You are now into project workspace. Okay, and by looking at this project workspace, it is very clear we have a POM file. It means, so what this file we will see in the future. Don't worry about this, but only focus file with POM file. So by looking at this file, it's now very clear. If you want to build this project, we can build with the help of Maven. For this, we need a Maven, and command name was Maven called MVN, but Maven command is not available. Why? Because Maven is a software, is a tool, and you have to install the software. How? Again, we can use Maven, install Maven. So there's a multiple way to install the Maven. One of the ways you can search for Maven download. You can get this website. Okay, so Maven, guys, is being managed by open source community called Apache. That is the reason it is known as Apache Maven. Okay, and the requirement for the Maven is you need Java at least 7 and above. So because Maven is going to build for Java, so minimum requirement for the Maven is you need Java to be installed. So if you want to install Maven here in this system, you need Java. Okay, so let me show you, see Java is there or not. So in my case, guys, because I make this system as an agent, so we already installed the Java here. Otherwise, if you're installing Maven in other computer, you have to first install the Java, how you guys know. Okay, and then from here, you can download the multiple links. You can download the latest version of the Maven as zip file, double click and install it. Okay, but I'm not showing this way how to download and double click and install it. I'm showing you the simplest way to install is with yum command. Yum install. Okay, minimum requirement Java we have, so Maven will install as successful way. Excellent. So Maven install. So now this system we have a Maven installed. So we can say this system now become a build system for Maven, or I can say it's build system for the Java apps, right? Now to check Maven is working or not, I can use Maven hyphen version. This is a command we can check very quickly. There's one single hyphen. So this say Apache Maven this was installed successfully. Okay, and behind the scene they are using some kind of other version in my system of Java. That's okay, right? Because I might have multiple Java in my system. That's fine. So so this line say there's no error come up. It means Maven is successfully installed and working fine. Okay, that's all, guys. So now we have everything. We have a code given by a developer. We have Maven installed, and we have the POM file. Okay. Now, how can you compile this code? Okay, if the goal is compile, I can use Maven compile. That's all. Just one command here to write. Okay, from your project folder where you have the POM file. Okay, so you go inside the project folder. Maven will check the current folder. Does it have the POM file? If they find, then now they can compile it. Okay. Now, one thing is, you notice one more thing here. We have these folder available, source and Jenkins. What is Jenkins folder? We don't require right now. In the future class, we might need only 2 folder available. Why I'm saying this, we'll see in some time. So when I run this command, now you see, guys, a lot of things will happen here. Okay, so they're scanning the project. I got this here. Maven is downloading a lot of things, right? From where? Maven Central. And what they're downloading? Whatever there in the POM file, all the library of that version downloading. For why they are downloading a lot of things here? Because that library might be dependent on 100 more libraries of that particular version. So they're downloading everything for you. Okay. So however developer created the code, same kind of setup will be set up here. Okay. And finally, if you see here, when I say compile, you build success. It takes so much time. And what they're showing you, okay, in your this particular folder, they created one more folder that was not there. Okay, that folder was not there, but it's a new Tiger folder they created. Okay, so we go inside the Tiger folder, this classes folder. Anybody who knows Java? In Java, when you compile the code, we need a compiler called JavaC. They also download this compiler for us. And when you compile the code, it creates a class file. So class is like an executable file they create. And then again, they create some kind of structure here. And here they create this file, class file. So in the Java, class file is like an executable file. And this file create only after we compile. So guys, automatic compile happen. Even though we can compile by ourselves also, right? But for compiling, we need so much libraries. So downloading those libraries is big pain, right? But Maven has done everything automated. So guys, so much library that downloaded because we need those libraries somewhere in our code. Okay, so compile part is done. Let me come out from this folder, from this folder, from this folder. Okay, but let's say your plan is to test. So again, we can say Maven test. Okay, so when I have Maven test, so now this time, what a testing related library we need, they will download. Again, guys, this is one time download. When I do test one more time, they won't again download, because they download and after download, they store locally in my local system, in the system. So this is a one-time download they will do for us. Okay, and the final, the test result come up and they say we have 2 tests and none of the tests will fail and everything is success. Okay, the test will say green signal. So what test we have written in my test file, they are checking that are you printing hello world, so they printed successfully. So test run successfully. That's what you can see. So this is the one goal we run. But if you want, you compile the code, you test the code, but you feel that now your code is ready, everything is working great. Now it's time to get a package, so I can provide this package to my customer, they can use also, so we can package it. Okay, means we can create a software package. How? Again, we have a Maven goal called package. Again, package goal also might need some extra library to package, and that one the download. And this time what you'll see, they're building for this package. Okay, so let me show you. So let first they download what are the expected library they need locally to do some packaging. So packaging would be like your final software, right, that you give to a client, and client will double click and execute and run. So that was the package they are creating. Okay, so finally package created, and guys, in my POM file I give I want final my jar file to build, so they build the jar file and they store the jar file in the target folder. Okay, if you see here in the target folder, they create this jar file. So this is your final software. Why the software name is this one? Because we asked in the POM file, I want my software name is this one, I want my software version this one, I want my extension to be jar, and jar package. It's not about extension, jar content, not something also var content, a different thing. So accordingly they create. Now this is the independent software. I can share the software, mail the software, put my software website. My client will download the software. After download, they can run. Just for showing you how client can run this jar file. So anybody have the Java command in their laptop, right? They can run this code. How? With Java command, we can pass the option called jar. It's a command we can run. So any of the client to whom I can give this software, they can run Java -jar and the software name, and they will run. And guys, technically we have done a lot of things, but finally they give the output hello world. That's what the app we created. Otherwise, what are there in the app? The process would be exactly the same. Exactly the same. Okay. So one minute. So this was the process. So let me show the history. These are the commands. Nothing very much. There's a 2-3 commands mostly we have to write. So Maven makes the thing very simple. Otherwise, it's very, very harder to manage the thing. Okay. And now sometimes it also happen. Okay. Sometimes also happen when we test the code, they fail. They fail. It's not filing right now. They fail. My developer. My developer. We ask the developer there's something failing. They update, and they give the new code. Or maybe I might change something myself here. Okay, and then again compile, again test. So it's good practice, guys. So target folder contain the output. It contains all the outputs. All classes will find compile file, reports. Maybe we will see in the future your your main classes, test classes, or your final software. So it's good practice. Whenever you do again next time packaging, compiling, maybe after code change or version change or something change the POM file, it's a good thing you can remove this folder. That's called clean. So clean also, guys, one of the goal we have. What clean will do? They will clean your unwanted thing. So technically they clean this folder. You can do it manually also, but doing with this makes more sense. Sometimes they remove some library and temporary files also. Okay, so now this project is clean. Okay, so I show you multiple goals. Okay, so let me show you one more time. If you do a Maven package, Okay, so guys, some goal is dependent on other also. For example, if you do Maven package, so even though you're doing packaging, but packaging require compiling. Okay, and normally is good practice before packaging testing. So automatically, if you do packaging, this and this goal automatically run. You don't have to manually run it. So just by one single command. Okay, one single command. So first this here they're building is compiling, then they're testing, and they're finally creating the R. Okay, so first they compile. Let's go building. Okay, say the class is created, so build happen first. Okay, in the unit testing world, so because this is unit test, then test happen and test successful, then we build this. Okay, and finally in the target folder, so technically whichever project you are in, so in the project root directory, there's a project root directory. Inside the root directory, your software also is always stored in the target folder. What a name would be, my extension will be Java. So why is so important in some Jenkins integration, this concept gonna be useful. Okay, so guys, I explain you manually, logically, practically what is Maven and how the thing work. Okay, that's what I explained to you. Other than Maven, big tool, but these are the main concepts we used always. Okay, one more small thing just for knowledge. Whenever you do packaging again, so it's good practice to write package clean, both the goals together. You can write two goals together. Okay, why? So they technically not in this order. The order was wrong, right? First you write clean, then packaging. So order is again important here. So clean means first they remove the old directory. Okay, the clean, then again they compile, the test, and create a new. Because I'm going to create new software, maybe my code changed. So first they clean, they delete, then they compile, then they test, and then they create a new. So this is a good practice to write, because package means you have to create a new package with new updates. So cleaning the old one and adding a new makes more sense, right? So two goals normally we should write in this order. Order is again important. So guys, this is about a lot of thing about Maven. We don't need so much, but yeah, that's in the flow. I explain you multiple concepts. Now, everything we have done, guys, here manually. Now, how we can do this thing with the help of Jenkins? Okay, let me now come to our main practical, the way I started today. Okay, how we can do with the same setup the way I started today with the Jenkins. So it will be something like this. Before this, I want to tell you one more small thing that I told you already in my last class, but let me very quickly tell you. If this is Jenkins master node, and you're planning to run Maven either in master node also, you can do in master node also if you want to run the job there. But it's good practice, I show you and told you, it's good practice to run your jobs mostly in the slave nodes. Okay, so it means if you write a job and say job will go to slave node and ask, I'm going to give a code, and this code you have to build via the Maven. Okay, so who will say you have to build by the Maven? Your Jenkins master with the help of job. Or who will build with the Maven? Slave node. So what is the minimum criteria? First criteria, you should have slave node connected, obviously. And second criteria is, in the slave node, you should have build tool installed. That is not the duty of the Jenkins to install for you. Okay, that is duty of you. Either you install manually or you can use Ansible to install for you automatically. Okay, so you have to install it, the build tool. Okay, so manually you have to install the Maven in the slave system before we go ahead. And that is the reason why we can say this term, that this slave node is my build tool or build system. That is one of the reasons why you can use this term. This is my build system. Okay, but one more thing, guys, how we are going to give the code to to my slave node. So for this, we are asking the slave node that you download the code from GitHub. And how slave download? they will use git command. So you have to install git command also here. Okay, we are not transferring the code from master to here. We are asking this guy to get from the git. We can transfer also v some way. There's a different part. I'll show you if you want. But right now I'm asking my slave, because you are going to build, better you will download from the git, right? Or GitHub. So you should have a git command with you. So 3 requirements we have in this concept. First, I need slave agent to be connected. That is, we already have. Second, my Maven to be installed. And because I'm giving the code to my slave right now from the GitHub. So third, I need git command to be there in the slave. Okay. So let me check one by one. So if I go to my Jenkins, Jenkins, let me log in. Okay. So, so if you see here, my slave node is already connected, is in. Okay, so first criteria is done. Second criteria, in my slave node, I think this is slave node, you have the git command with version, whatever the command they have, hyphen version. So git install, and in this system we have Maven also installed. If you don't, if thing won't work, so you have to install it first. So there's a minimum criteria. Okay, in your build system you should have. That's all. But one more thing you need in this setup is, if you want to install Maven, so you want to build manually, you can build manually. How? You can use mvn command and say, this is the goal I have, I want to do it. That's what I'll show you. But here I'm not going to build manually with the mvn command by myself. Instead of me, who will do this process? My Jenkins do. Again, Jenkins is a different tool, Maven is a different tool. And if you want, Jenkins will go to other tool like Git or GitHub or Docker or Maven. So for this, Jenkins should know how to contact to GitHub. Jenkins should know how to contact to Maven. And in these cases, we need a plugins. So Jenkins should know how to contact to Maven and how to ask Maven to run Maven command, how to ask Maven to run this goal. So for this, you have to install Maven plugins. Okay, in the Jenkins. So if you want to integrate Jenkins with GitHub, you have to install GitHub plugins. If you want to install Jenkins integration with Docker, you have to install Docker plugins and XYZ. Right. So that is again one more time I want to explain you. So on the slave side, you need 3 things. In the master, mean Jenkins side, you don't only install the plugins so that you can communicate to the Jenkins that you want to do something with the Maven. Okay. So how can you install the plugin? Let me show you. So for this, you have to go to Jenkins master, and in the dashboard, again, go to manage Jenkins. There's a main page where you are going to configure everything about the Jenkins. Okay. And if you go down, there's option here to manage plugins. Okay. And here in the manage plugins, okay, first go and check, does this plugin already installed? So these are the installed plugins we have in my case. For example, in my case, GitHub plugin is already installed. But if you search for Maven, so Maven name is not covered. It means this plugin is not installed. So I think won't work. Without plugin, Jenkins won't work for you. Okay. So I go for available. Okay, so available means, guys, Jenkins will automatically download all available plugin from the internet, from the Jenkins on repository. And if you search here Maven, so all the plugins related to Maven, they will show you. Okay. A lot of plugins they show you the tag called Maven, but the main plugin that I'm looking for here is called Maven integration. Okay, this is what I am looking for. Okay, so how to install it? Select, that's all. So which plugin you want to install? Just go and select, and after select, right, there's option here, download now and install after the install. So I click on this option. Okay, I click download now. So they're downloading this plugin. Some of the plugin might depend on other plugins, so they will download other plugins also. Okay, and after download, they install for you. Okay, and after download, they install for you. But most of the plugins, guys, okay, most of the plugins only work, activate after Jenkins reboot or restart again. Jenkins is a program. Okay, So either you can go to your system directly and restart the Jenkins services, or you can restart from here also. So when I click this button, Jenkins already restart. But only condition is Jenkins will only restart if there is no job restart. That's obviously right, logical. Okay. So after mostly all the plugins, you have to restart the Jenkins, then only plugin will work for you in most of the cases. Okay. So my OS is not restarting, only Jenkins program is restarting. So now my entire setup is ready. So my Jenkins master with the plugins ready with the Maven, and my slave node working as a build system for the Maven is ready. Slave master connected. Now it's time to do this entire process. This process. Okay. Entire process. So let me show you. So how can we do? So quickly, let me build a new item. Okay. And here I'm giving you a job called Java Maven job 1. Let me make the, even though you can go for Maven project also. So all the Maven related things, they quickly show you and show in some other classes. But let me go for freestyle. Freestyle means we can customize the things the way we want. The Jenkins jobs. Okay. Now I click OK. Okay. Now here, what the process? The plan will be again the same. I will first give my my SCM where my my code available. Okay, so my code is available over here. My GitHub. So I'm just giving my GitHub code to this guy so they can download. Where this code downloaded, and we're going to use this code where in my slave system. So you have to integrate with the slave system and would be your Linux build node. Because mostly the name doesn't come up, so you have to remove the space. Then you will see one match node come up. Okay, this is what we can do. One more thing you can do, and it's not compulsory. We can also enable this link. What this will give to you, I'll show you in a minute. You can give again URL here. Okay, so what is use of this? I'll show you in some minute. Okay, in some minute. Okay, so you can also enable the GitHub project. So it gives you one quick link in your project job as a direct link to GitHub account. What I mean by this, I'll show you in some minute. Okay. Otherwise, some other option we'll see in the future, right? Now, job is restricted to my slave node only, so they're gonna run there only. They download from GitHub, all right? And then if you go down, triggers, you know, I'm not applying right now. Okay, but you can apply the trigger. So any code will change in my GitHub. We again download and again they do this process. We will again apply it in some time, but I'm skipping this part. Okay, and now I'll go to build. Okay, so after you install Maven, you will see one name of Maven come up here. Okay, so this name come because you install the Maven plugin. Even though without Maven plugin also, if you see the name here, the name may be here, but it won't work. But now you have this name come up, and if you click on this name, okay, so it means I want my project to be built by Maven. Okay, and now guys, you know about the Maven, so they only ask you the goal. So what goal you have? So your goal is I want to first clean and then package. That's all. So you can give the goal, compile, test, only clean, only package. But you guys know the meaning of clean and package. So first you write clean. If you have older build created, first clean it and create a new package form. Okay, a new package form. But Maven will do, Maven will read the POM file. Okay, so you can see in the advanced, so they say they are going to read a POM file. Okay, so mostly POM file name is pom.xml also, but if you have any other name, you can change and write here. Even though if you don't write also, it will work for you. because by default they use POM file only. Okay, wherever so guys, when you download the software, so in your root directory, your POM file, so they will auto pick from there. But if sometime in project your POM file is there in some other folder, in those cases, here you can give the path where the POM file located in other folder. You can give the path something like this. Okay, but here if you don't write this also, it will take by default. But let me write to make it more clear. Okay. Anybody who know about Maven? So in Maven, you can write a lot of properties. You can pass here JVM options if you know Maven. So all the things you can write here, but we don't need to do over here. Okay. So that's all, guys. So multiple things we have done in the job. We are going to download the job, going to attach this job only with the slave node, and finally we're going to build. Okay, let me save this. Okay, this is the entire process we have created. Trigger you guys know to add, and hooks you guys also know how to add. So those things you can try by yourself. We have seen already this practice in the last class. Nothing very technical, but this part is the new one I explained to you. Now, one more thing, you can see there's one new link come up here, GitHub. Why this link come up? Because in my project, I enabled this link, Git project. And what this link says your direct link to GitHub account. So you want to provide in your project, in the Jenkins, direct link to a GitHub account, or other links you can write. That's the only use of that particular option. Okay, my workspace is not created, empty, because we haven't run this job yet. Okay, this job yet. Where it is? The point here is, okay, because this job is going to run in the slave. So this workspace is going to create in the slave. So technically, just to show you very quickly, this is my slave, I believe. Okay. So in my slave, what are the folder I set initially, right? When I set up the slave, in this folder we have a workspace. In the workspace, I don't have a job name called this one. But as soon as we start the job, in your slave, this folder created, and entire code will be downloaded there, and entire compilation will be done inside this folder only. Okay. So let me show you. If everything works good, the thing will work. So I'm doing building. So the building start. Okay. And you can see guys here, they are attaching to a slave node, right? We are downloading the Git software, and CM automate Maven command starts. This plugins work fine. And in this term, or in this particular folder, building first time. So Maven is downloading all the libraries for you. Okay. All the libraries for you. And finally, because I'm using packaging, so they first build, compile, this will compile, then the test, and after test, they will create a package for you. Okay, so this process is going on. Maybe if you go to dashboard also, this build is running on the slave node. From here also you can check. Okay, and this process is going on, and again from here also you can check. Okay, is happening here. But one thing by the meantime, guys, they're doing, again, first time takes some time, because in this project they're downloading, but I think test done. So only thing to know here is right now we are building in the slave system, or we're packaging in the slave system. So final package which your jar file will be stored in the slave system only. Okay, in their particular storage, in their particular workspace. So final software, guys, is going to store in your slave system only. Okay, because everything is happening there. So finally software will be also copy there only. Okay, and why so important to know? But before this, let me show you. Now build done, everything is good, working same with that we have done, but is now this time is everything is automated. Let me go out. Okay, it look clean, right? There's details of the build. Okay, so last time this build is done by me manually, but if you run by trigger name come up, we build this particular repository. Okay, And we can see the output, we see the output and git build data. So this is the guys data we download from the GitHub. Okay, things work great. But if you go to slave, you can see now this folder created. So folder is created in your slave only. And if you just go inside this, your entire code downloaded. But it's not visible here. It's not visible here. Okay. Why it's not visible? The cool thing, so it should be here, but it's not here. Okay. Why? Let's show you in a minute. But if you see here in your GitHub, if you go to a job, okay, a job done. But if you see in the workspace, your entire data is still here. And inside the target, you have your jar file. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you here is, okay. So by default, how the, even though, let me show you one more thing here. Let me go to my master node of the Jenkins. Okay. There's a master node of the Jenkins. Okay. One more please. And in the master node, let me log into my root account, and I'm going to the folder called where Jenkins. What is this folder? I show you. This is the home location for the Jenkins. Okay. And here, if you go to the workspace folder, so same job come up here, even though they run on the slave, but it's same name come in my master also. Here everything is empty. Okay. So so guys, there is some temporary location they create. Okay, I think here, and let me first show you very quickly. There's some, not here. So there's some temporary location they create. Okay, some temporary here. 1 minute. I just figure out for you. Just want to tell you one thing before let me figure out my app.jar. So I'm just searching. It says where name my app star.jar. Okay, 1 minute. So what I'm trying to tell you, even though it's not so much very critical to know, but let me show you very quickly. It is my master. Yeah. So this is the temporary location I'm talking about. Even though this is the older one, right? In Jenkins Maven job. Actually, I was I was in the wrong folder. That's what I was surprised, right? So this is what this is my slave. So I give to my slave system. Let me go out, guys. Again, I was showing the wrong thing. Wrong, right? So guys, I am into my Jenkins slave system. Okay, in my workspace. Okay, if you go to Jenkins Maven, this is what the job guys we run, right? So actually, I thought the different thing, right? And now here you can see all the things here. Okay, and if you see in the target, we have this jar file. Everything we have. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here is, finally, okay, right now, if you go to your Jenkins, let me go to my job again. Okay, it looked like we are into Jenkins, but because this project is running in my slave, which slave they run? Let me check again. They run on the slave number 1. Okay, and slave number 1 is a different computer altogether. That is managed by an agent. So agent has one more capability. Okay, what are the workspace this slave agent has? Running in a different computer, they connect this workspace to my master node, and we can access this workspace by this link. So this data is from slave. That's what I was trying to say. Okay, so this data is coming from the slave. It look like we are on the master system, but it's not coming from master. Okay, if they're coming from master, they show you in build or master system. Okay, it's coming from the slave. And slave, we have the target. software running. Okay, this is one thing. Now, one interesting thing here to know, because they build on the slave, that's nice. They create a package on the slave that is also nice. But the storing this package in the slave is not nice. Okay, why it's not nice? Because right now this slave is permanent. Permanent means we are not going to delete the slave. Okay, we are not going to delete the slave. Okay, but mostly in real world, and the way I explained in my initial classes also, the good practice is whenever you use any build system, launch a new, set up a new, use this thing for building, this for packaging, and packaging delete this guy. So next time, next build come up, rebuild the system new from the start, launch a new OS altogether, launch a new hard disk altogether. Okay, due to a lot of reasons. One of the reason is, I think you guys might understood from Maven. So Maven will download the libraries. Okay, maybe next time my developer had changed something in the code, they might use little bit different version, or maybe already download some older library, or they might conflict or something maybe happen. Okay, maybe happen. So this is one of the reason. Okay, just remove the base system and relaunch, recreate from the state. The entire OS launch, again you connect to the master node. Okay, and again same process will do. Okay, and that is a reason. Okay, that is a reason we don't want to go for permanent, and that is the reason we don't use a normal virtual machines or instances. Instead, we want to use Docker, because Docker will do this process very, very fast. So don't worry, I will explain this concept in next day, maybe tomorrow, or maybe next class. Okay, but here what I'm trying to tell you finally is this very common practice that after build done, the system is going to remove, or hard disk is going to remove. It means what a package you created is going to remove. Okay, so in entire setup, in this entire setup, okay, 1 minute, where the job is, where it is, Java Maven job. So in entire setup, okay, none of the data is important because the data is comes from GitHub. We can again get from the GitHub. Only thing that is important for us is this file. Okay, but we can't keep this file in the slave node. Okay, because if you keep this file in the slave node, if the slave deleted, because normally we always use dynamic slave, today we use permanent, but normally we use dynamic slave. This file also removed, so there's no meaning to build, right? How are we going to give this package to the client? Okay, so that is a reason. That is a reason. What can we do? Okay, so what can we do here? So there's one option in our configuration of the job. We can say after my job build, or after my job build is called post build, and before you delete the slave. Right now the slave is not deleting because it's permanent, but in the future you see slave will delete automatically, or automatically they create when the job start. Okay, but after, so before the slave delete and after the job build, it's called post build, I want this particular package inside my target folder, this package with some name.jar, I want this will have to copy from slave to the master. So this should be copy, right, from the slave to the master. And master is always with us, so master will have this copy, and if master have this copy, we can provide this link to my customer and somebody else who want to use. Okay, and how we can do, there's multiple way to do it. My simplest way right now to do it is by this option. Okay, how we can do? So in your job, okay, when we go and configure this, so this option, guys, after the build happen, there's option called post build actions. And the post build actions, guys, there's option called archive the artifact. Okay, because you guys know software is also known as package is also known as artifact. Okay, so we can click and archive the artifact. Only thing they're asking you here is which file to archive. So I say I have a target folder in your current workspace. In this target folder, I have some file with name. I don't know what file name would be. I can use start, but that file has extension called Java. Or you can give exit file name if you know. Okay. So in the current after project build, in a current workspace, means your root folder. Okay, you will find the target folder. Inside target folder, any file that has .jar extension, what the name would be, I want to be archived. Archive means I want this archived in the master node. Wherever the building, doesn't matter. They're building the slave, doesn't matter. Slave would be anywhere in the world, maybe other cloud, GCP or other local system. It doesn't matter. I want this to be archived to my master system. That was one of the simplest way. Otherwise, we can do some other way also. We might discuss in the future, but this is the one post build thing we can do. And right now we see, guys, in this page, this is the page of master actually. Maybe this workspace is linked to your slave node. There's a different point, but this page is actually the master node. So in this page, what you will see in some minute, I'll show you. So when I build this this code again one more time, you will see some difference. My build is going on. Now, so this time they do very quickly. Okay, they very quickly because all the things be downloaded. So download the code, and they will very quickly clean and do the things because the library already been downloaded locally there in the slave node. Okay, test done, build done, package done. And now in the last, this time you see, guys, extra message called archiving artifact. Means from the slave node, the archive means like they get a copy of it as artifact, and they copy in the master node. And how can you see this? So in the Jenkins job, you see some difference in the dashboard. This link comes up here. It was not there, but this link comes up. Technically, this link comes from the master node. And how can I check? If you take the arrow, they are showing you the IP address of the master. And see in the bottom. Okay, let me open copy link. So they are showing you the link of the, I think this is the IP of the master. IP of the master. And if you want to give somebody a link to download, you can give this, or you can put this thing in some cloud storage, S3 or Google Cloud Storage somewhere else, or maybe some kind of different store. This called artifact store. They will download from there, right? To use. Okay, that's how, guys, we can do. So in this case, if something deleted here, because this is because permanent slave, which we have right now with us, but in the dynamic slave, in next class I show you, it will be deleted. It will be deleted automatically. Okay, so that was a quick way to have the copy. If I click here, they will download in my local system. Okay, that's how it works, right? So this is also one thing we can do. Okay, so we can do. Now, like this, there's much more options, guys. We will have here. Okay, so as we progress in this code, I will keep on explaining the multiple options and multiple things we can go and connect here. Okay, so almost all the major options we will see in the upcoming discussion, right? But at least you get the idea. You get the idea what is how this kind of setup has been done and what is the use of the slave. We don't need slave for this. Everything can be done on the master only. So same thing, I can install the Maven in the master, get on the master, and same thing we can do in the master. We don't need master slave setup. Intentionally, guys, I create this setup because this is the right way to perform, and this is what we do always in the real world. Okay, that's the reason, guys, I first set up the master slave and build Maven on the slave system. And then I take a archive of artifact. Okay, so that is a one quick thing. One more thing, guys, I want to touch very quickly. I might need 20 more minutes for this. How can we create how can we create Windows as a slave node? Okay, logic is slave node, you know, but how to create Windows as slave node, I want to quickly do this. Okay, so for this, just give me 1 minute of break, just 1 minute. Okay, then we will see how we can create Windows as a slave node, right? So let me show you guys how we can connect Windows as a slave node. Before this very small thing, I just want to show you nothing very technical here. So after we build the Java code in the target, we have this file come up. So why we build? Because after we build, I want to run it, or maybe in some case we have to deploy it. But this jar file, normally jar file we run. So how we can run in the same project we can run it. How? Again, we go to configure. Okay, and after the code built, there's a one step I write here. I can add one more step that's called shell command. Okay, and here I can write, I can want to run with the Java jar command. This file, and this file is there in the target folder, right? So after my code create build, I can run my command to run this, just to as an output if you want. But if it is a website, then we can deploy somewhere in some server, how we'll see in the future. Okay, I save, I will build. So finally, they will download the code from GitHub, then the compile, packaging, and after package, my code will be run, right? Execute. So they run successfully, good thing. And if we run the console output, everything good. And last, guys, they run, and I got the output hello world. That was, guys, the part in my app. Okay, so that's all. It's been done. So now very quickly, let me show you how we can do a Windows client. And for this, very quickly, I am going to launch my Windows system. So I'm going to use AWS only to launch my Windows system. I go to launch, and here there's option to launch Windows. I'm using this free tier Windows Server 2019 to launch this guy. Okay. And again, I go to T2 Micro 1 system I need. What hard is the test? Let me use the term called, this is Jenkins. Okay, Windows slave 1. Okay, so that's what the name I'm giving here. Security group. Again, no change here. And launch. I'm going to attach some private key to Windows for some reason. What is reason for this private key? I'll show you in a minute. So Windows OS is going to launch. Okay, I show you guys there's two different OS access you can connect, right? One is Windows and one is Linux. Okay, only difference in the connection is, okay, Windows normally don't have SSH enabled. They support, but they don't have an SSH enabled as such. Okay, so it means my Jenkins system won't able to go and connect to Windows. Here in the Linux world, Jenkins go to Linux, okay, and connect by SSH because SSH is enabled here. But in Windows there is no SSH, so Jenkins won't able to connect. Okay, so how and what we have to do? We have to connect in another way. Windows will come to Jenkins master to connect. Okay, Windows will go to Jenkins master and connect. And for this, we have to provide agent to the Windows. So in the Windows system, we have to provide the agent, and with the help of this agent, Windows will go to Jenkins to connect. Okay, so this is the different type we have to use. So how we are going to set up the agent for the Windows? So type would be, we will give the agent to the Windows and say Windows just run this agent. And because this agent is built on the top of Java, so I'm going to give a Java command. So for this, you have to install JDK on the Windows first. There's a minimum requirement for all the Jenkins things, maybe master and slave. And with the help of this JDK, we'll ask Windows guys to run the agent, whoever managing the Windows servers. Okay, and when they run the agent, this agent will go and connect to the Jenkins system and the rest. That's what the idea we are going to use. Okay, and if you run any agent and Windows is going to connect, so typically this kind of protocol is known as JNLP protocol. It's also known as Java Web Start. Java Web Start. JWS. Maybe or this would be again, right? So this is the protocol, or this is the concept we use in this case. I'm just giving you the name. You don't have to know about much about this. So how can we do? So for this, let me first go to my Windows. Okay, because I have to do from Windows. So I have to first log into my Windows, wherever your Windows would be. So I just connect on the Windows. Okay. One more small thing, because this is a Windows operating system running on the AWS cloud. So if Windows is running on somewhere other system or maybe in the cloud, and right now I am sitting in my laptop. So from my laptop, if I want to connect to this Windows, okay, so that I can see the screen. So from the screen, I can do something. I can run some command there. Okay. So for this, we have to use some protocol called RDP. And RDP protocol, I have to run from my laptop. I only need three things: IP address of the Windows, username of the Windows, and password of the Windows. Windows by default don't have any private keys. How can I connect to Windows first? So here we can use RDP client. So they give this IP address to the name. They give this username. Okay. So in my laptop, I can connect. How? Normally Windows come with a program or client program or RDP client program, and that is known as remote desktop connection. So in my Windows, if I search for remote desktop connection, this is one program available in the Windows. And for Linux and Mac, you can install third-party softwares for this. like for SSH, we have PuTTY, right? So same thing, remote desktop connections for Windows to remote connection. Here, I have to give my this host name or DNS name or the IP address. Okay, then I go for open connections, and here I have to give my username. And when I hit enter, they ask me the password, but I don't have the password right now here. Windows don't give this password. So to click here, they will give this password to you. So when you launch the instance the first time, it takes 4 or 5 minutes to come to this screen. But here, if they say if you want to know the password, you have to decrypt the password. And for decrypting, this key that you attached while launching the OS, you have to apply. And this key guy is the same private key that I use in my Linux system. So only thing is you have to upload your key from your download, wherever you download it, over here. And this key will auto decrypt your password, means they provide a password to you. Okay, decrypt. So now your password comes. This password you're going to use to connect. Okay, so I connect. I give the password and log in. And I say yes. So technically, this is the way how we launch the Windows in AWS cloud. But if you have Windows in other system, you can use. So technically, I need Windows system, or maybe you're running GenCon in your laptop. You might have laptop Windows. You can use same Windows also. Okay, but I'm doing all the setup in AWS cloud. So that is the reason I launched one Windows in AWS cloud. How to launch and how to connect, that's what I show you very quickly here. Okay, this Windows gonna come in the cloud. Now we have the Windows. Now come back to our setup. So from Windows, okay, I can connect to the Jenkins. Okay, how? We have to first install the agent to the Windows. So step would be first I'll go to my Windows. First step would be I will install JDK in my Windows, means Java. Then I will download some agent, and then I run my agent and connect to my Jenkins master. There are 3 steps I have to follow. In my Windows, your Windows would be anywhere. Maybe you can use your Windows of your local system. Okay, so this Windows come up. So I say no here. So what steps we have to follow? Okay, first I will download the Java. Okay, before this, let me show you very quickly. Okay, if you start setting up, okay, your node in the Jenkins, how we process. So this is a master of my Jenkins, and in my Jenkins, I am going to add one node. So this option we have, same option. I'm going to add one more node. This is my next node. I'm going to add one more node. So let's say this is my Windows slave node 1. Again, is a permanent node, same setup, no difference. No difference, right? Click create. Okay. Number of executive you want to know. For example, let's say I want 3, for example. Okay. And now only difference would be launch method. Okay. So in Linux, I use SSH, but in Windows, I'm going to use the by default. So I'm going to launch agent manually, and agent will connect to the controller. Controller means master is also known as control. That's what I am going to do. And that is the reason, guys, here they're not asking for the IP address. Okay, here they are not asking for the IP address. Okay. So why? Because my master is not going to connect to slave. So why master need a slave IP? Slave is going to connect to master, so they will need the master IP. Okay. So there is one option. And there's one more thing, guys. Here is that this is enter web server mode is selected, or TCP inbound role must be enabled. So so we will enable this option. Okay, so this new option come up. What I mean by this, I will explain you in the minute. What this option means, right? So let me delete unselect this, right? So point is how we can do the setup. I have done anything here. I haven't changed anything here. Okay. So what we have to do? Okay. In the Windows, one more thing we have to do, because this is slave, and slave is the one who going to run the job. So we have to create a one workspace in the Windows, the way we create in the Linux. So let me start from here. So I'll go to my Windows. Okay. And I'll go to one of my folder. You can use any of the folder. Let me go to my C drive. And let me create one folder with any name. Let's say this is Jenkins workspace. And technically part of this folder is this one, C drive : and Jenkins workspace. So this is a workspace of my slave. All my job going to copy here, the way I show you my Linux system also. So here I have to write this. So my remote directory would be C drive : Jenkins workspace. I write this. Level, you guys know. Let me set the level. This is the Windows node. Okay, let me use the word Windows node. This is my level. Okay, otherwise everything is same. I am not going to change anything. Okay, going to change anything. Okay, everything is exactly same. Okay, but I'm enabling this option. Why? I will show you in some minute. Why? What is use of this option? Nothing so much technical, but yeah, I'll show you in a minute. But if you don't enable this option, thing won't work. Okay, the new option come up. Otherwise, previously we will do something else. What I mean by this, again, I will explain to you. Okay, so these are the things we have to do and save. That's all. And now what you will see, this is cross. This thing is not connected, because obviously, why is not connected? Because this time master is not going to slave, right? So master is not trying. Slave has to come to master. Okay, so slave has to come to master or the controller to connect. And who is the slave? Windows. Okay, so how slave will come? Okay, so for this, first we need in the slave JDK install, then agent downloaded. Okay, and then we'll run the agent, and this agent will go and connect to the master. Okay, so let me do this process first, then I show you why this goes and how we can rectify this. So what I'm going to do after this setup, okay, we have to do some pre-setup in my Windows. First is I have to install JDK, and for installing the JDK, I will go to internet directly on the Windows. There's a Internet Explorer we have. Let me go to Google. Ask me, okay. Let me go to Google. So they keep on showing the warning. I don't want this warning to come again. Okay. Country prompt when website is blocked. So let me add. So this is some extra security your Internet Explorer has. So keep on adding new website for extra security. Okay. Let me add this new website. Okay. And let's say they keep on showing you. We can disable also, but come on. Okay. So also. So let me search Java download for Windows. I'm searching. So this link come up. I can download the JDK from here. Okay. Let me add this side also. Come on. So there's a lot of guys website they are added. So let me disable guys this feature, right? I think we can disable. Right. Let me close this here. So this website come up, close. Right. So let me download from the software from here. Close. So government let me disable this feature. Otherwise, they have to keep on adding. So I think in the Windows Internet Explorer, if I go to Internet Options in the security, and there is a security we have. Let me make it a minimum. Okay, and let me apply, or maybe some more thing we have to do here. Close. Copy this. I have to normally start my Internet Explorer, or maybe you can install the Chrome browser, right? Whatever you feel like. Okay, some of the website we will enable. And let me download the software. So I think this is the link, right, to download. Yeah. So software downloaded. Save. It's been downloading, right? So after download, run the software. So I'm just installing Java in the Windows. So this is my first requirement. Okay, and I say install it. So Java has been installing in the Windows. That's what I am doing. So it's my first step. Okay, JDK has been installed. Then how to install agent, I'll show you. So Java is installing. This process is going. So how to install the agent, guys? Installing the agent we can get from the internet. Okay, or Jenkins also guys provide the agent. How? So guys, when you click on this link, of the node, and here guys they give you a way to download the agent. So there's a link through which you can download the agent. Okay, so I can download the agent in my local Windows, then I can upload to my Windows running on the cloud. It will take a lot of time. So better way I can do is I will directly open this site in my Windows only, that Windows. So I can directly download there. So it will be quickly we can download. Okay. So this is the agent. You can get the link from here. So whatever way you want to download and transfer there, that will be your choice. Simplest way, open this site there and download there only. Okay. So let me show you this part. So let me copy this URL of my Jenkins. My Java has been installed, I believe. Let me check very quickly. Let me open my command prompt. System a little bit slower because we have 1 GB RAM only. So if I run Java version, yeah, it's run fine. So Java installed successfully. That's nice. Then I'm opening this particular URL of my Jenkins. So close, close. So they connect to my Jenkins system. Okay, because Jenkins running on the public IP, so they can connect. It should connect. Let me add this. Or why the Jenkins is not connecting? This is the right IP, right? So this is the IP of the Jenkins, I believe. And for Jenkins, this IP, right? What is the issue here? Look like it should connect. So after guys we connect, so technically I just want to log in there. Only the reason is I want to download the agent. That was the only reason I want to connect. So I don't know what is the challenge here. Let's wait for a minute. Okay, and by the meantime, guys, let me explain further things. After you what I say, download the agent, then you have to connect the agent to the master. How this agent we have to run, and because this agent is a Java file, so to run with the Java command. Okay, and what Java command we run? That's what guys Jenkins has provided to us. So here, Jenkins has provided this command. They say you just run this command. That's all. Okay, so when you run this command in the Windows with this agent, then you guys connect with your Jenkins masters here. So in Windows, I'm giving my master name. So when slave is the one, or Windows is the one who going to connect to the master because they know my master name. Okay, and plus Windows also know their working directory, so they keep all the things there in their working directory. And one more thing is, in this case, anybody can connect, right? Anybody can connect. So how can I check as a master who is my right slave? How I know this is a real slave? It's not coming from anybody in the world, right? So to check this, okay, master will provide one password or key to the slave. So anybody, any slave who have their key, they can only connect. That was also given by the master. This is a big secret they give to you. So I am the master, Jenkins. This command I will mail you, provide you. I can share the key in the file, whatever it would be. I give this command to my slave, my Windows system, or the admin of the Windows who is managing the Windows, and say run this command. And as they run the command, this agent will automatically connect to the master and they will be online. After online, they can run the jobs in Windows also. That's the last step we have to do. For this, I am trying to, this device is not responding. Why is not responding? Jenkins is not responding. Okay, it should respond. Let me check this IP should work, right? It's working. Okay. Why is not responding? What is 8080, right? It's working, right? It should work. Maybe because of browser issues. Let me do some small change in security, whatever possible would be. Let me disable this practice production mode over here. Okay. Okay. And okay. Let me close this browser. Close all tabs. Open this browser. No, I don't want. Okay. I don't use a browser Internet Explorer, so I don't know what kind of settings they have. Anybody can figure out the issue here? Look, I don't want to go for. for Chrome to be installed. Okay. Otherwise, if I have the curl command, yeah, that's nice. So I can download another way. Let me use the other way to download. So I have this agent with me. Okay. So this agent I will download. Okay, how? I'll get this link, right click, and I will paste here. So I don't know why I waste my time here. So I'll go to anywhere, or maybe better way would be I can go to my C drive. I go to same folder. You can download anywhere, that will be your choice, right? I go to my C folder, and then I will download here. So I can use curl command to download, right? Download this agent. So you can use multiple different ways we can have to download and copy paste here and there. Right click, copy link, paste. Copy paste is not happening here. Why? So right click, copy link. It is working. Yeah, it should also work here. Yeah, that's. So agent has been downloaded. Okay. Somebody voice is coming, I think, from yes. Again, guys, they have an issue on the connections. Issue in the connection, why they are not able to connect. I don't think this is your forward because this port is enabled. 1 minute, very quickly, guys. Let me enable my firewall rules. I don't think so this issue should belongs to firewall, but let me do it very quickly. I don't want to invest the time because of the firewall issues, if it is. So let me go to security. Let me go to my firewall in my master node, and let me go to inbuilt rules. Let me add one rule that allow everybody, all traffic, anywhere in the world. Okay. Okay, this is the reason, guys. You know why this is the rule, right? Because of this, I'm not able to connect. That was the challenge, right? I restricted to connect 80 port to to this IP only, my local laptop, and that IP is different. That, guys, I actually we missed that part, right? So let me remove this rule. You have to just allow all, or maybe I can take my Windows IP address and allow that one. So let me apply this. That is the reason, guys, why it is not connected. Okay, so same. Okay, that is the reason why it's not connected. Okay, so let me go very quickly now. I believe it will work from my browser also. Let me check that directly from there. Okay, copy, paste. So now this will work. Connected. Now we got output. Very quickly, let me launch. Okay, and by the meantime, guys, also downloading with the command line, so it will be very quick. Okay, we can use the output command to let me download directly from here. So I just want to do things very quickly up now, and I go to my manage node. I go to same thing. I can directly download from here by clicking click. And do you want to save? I say yes. Yes. Okay, so they are downloading. So after the download, guys, how we can connect? Only this line we have to run. That's all. That's the only thing we have to do. Okay, run the line. You can run the line only where you download the agent, right? So just open the folder where you downloaded. You are in the download folder, so you have to run the command there because agent is there. So just go to your download folder. Go to your download folder. Let me copy from here, or maybe not from here. Come on. Go to download folder. You have your agent with you. Sorry, not document. Come on. You have the agent with you. Okay, and run this command. So that's all, guys. So look like very big process, not actually because of connectivity issue. It takes some time, otherwise one command technically if you see. Okay, just only one command. There's one command that what they also give to you to run. Okay. So guys, they will connect. And you see guys, very quickly they connected. There is no challenge. Okay. And guys, they connected with the WebSocket. So technically there are different way to connect. In the older version of Jenkins, we use JNLP protocol or Java Web Start protocol as such to connect. Okay, but internally they use WebSocket. WebSocket, you can think in this way, the same port of Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins also running, but the same port, my agent can also communicate. By the previous version of Java, we have to create a different port number for the slave. If you use Java Web Start, it's an older way, so we use a different port number. And for different port number, we have to allow different firewall rules, so it will be a long process. So that was the new things they added in some last few versions of Jenkins. And that was also recommended. Let's go WebSocket. Same port number, Jenkins running, same port number. My agent is also communicating to the master, and successfully we are connected. Okay. And if I go here, and if you see guys, now it's been no issues. Everything worked fine. If you see here, agent is connected successfully. You can see the logs, other things, right? It is properly connected. So finally, you have two node, even though you check from here, or maybe you can check from normal Jenkins that is running in my laptop. Okay, now you have two nodes running fine. Now it is up to you whenever you give the job or run the job, where you want to run the job. Let's say win job 1 freestyle. Now I want to run the job. Okay, I want to run the job in my Windows system. Okay, so this slave of this name I want to run. So one Windows node I have, that's what the label I have given, and I want to run the job right like this. Okay, in Windows, if you want to run the command, just for command, so you do use Windows bash command, not the shell, because in the Windows we have a CMD. CMD work on the bash command, and they can run the Windows command here. So any of the Windows command, for example, in Windows, we have ipconfig command. The command not run in Linux, it run on Windows. So if you run this command there, in the Windows, in the command prompt, let me open new command prompt. Okay, so ipconfig command will show you the IP address of the resistance system. I'm running this command manually. So this is the IP 770 come up. I want to run this command from Jenkins, so I'm running this command as just for test. Okay, so from the Jenkins, I'm going to build this code. Now this time my Jenkins master is communicating to the Windows agent is already connected, and they run the command there. Successfully they run, and the output of IP can run on Windows slave and IP output come up. Okay, so this how guys, how you can connect to the Windows system. One quick last thing I want to show you, when you connect the node. Okay, let me show you one more time very quickly, some name permanent. Okay, let me say test permanent, right? And if you see here they talk about WebSocket. Okay, this is a newer version, but in older version of Jenkins, we normally use a different TCP port number. Okay, that is used behind the scene, different TCP. And to use the older version setup, we don't recommend, but if you have some time, okay, for this, what you have to do, you can enable from here. You just go out to my I'm just showing you by chance if somebody has the older version, a little bit older. So go to manage Jenkins, and here there's one option called global security. In the global security, okay, and in the global security, there's an option here. It's called TCP inbound agent. That's disabled by default, so you have to make it fixed. And some port number set, for example, 8081, for example. What this option will do, this option will enable one more port number on your Jenkins master. And this port number is only for agent. So any agent from outside world want to connect, the way I show you Windows, so they can connect on this port number. Okay. So here they use a concept called, they might be show you here somewhere. They use a concept called GNLP protocol or web start concept. But it's a little bit older way. We don't recommend now, so I don't want to change this. But anybody who don't have the new option come up, then this is the one of the setting you can do if you want. Okay, but I don't want to do this. So that's all, guys. In today's class, a little bit longer again, but a lot of practical we have done. Maven we have discussed, multiple integration we have done, multiple slave we have connected, and now we have very fantastic setup with us with one master and multiple slaves. So in the future, any job if you want to run and we want to run, now we have choice which node we would like to use, Windows and Linux, and maybe master node. So that's all, guys. See you in the next class, right? Any query if you have till now, you guys can ask me. Can you run the same Maven? Yes, Ashish, we can run the same Maven project also. Only thing is, in my Windows, I have to install two software, Git and Maven. That is not there. It won't work, but but we can run it. There's no challenge. Maven support in both the system, Windows and Linux. So Sagar, you can do the same thing with Gradle also. So if some project is built on the Gradle, for example, especially the mobile apps, okay. So the same idea. What exactly you want to find, but yeah, we have a Gradle plugin available. Any project that you want to use Gradle to you for build, almost same approach you can use. You can try by yourself. I don't feel if you know the Gradle and if you have the project that going to build on the top of Gradle, use the same approach, Sagar. It will work for you. If you face any issue, let me know in the next class. Yes, Deva, you can also deploy a specific branch of the Git. I have some practical on this. Otherwise, when you select the Git SCM there, they ask you the branch name. In the configure part, they ask you can change the branch name there in the project job configuration. Agent to agent communicate with a master. Santosh, what a use case for this? Why you want to this? Why you want agent to agent communicate with a master? So if you have any specific use case, let me know. Then we can talk on this. But in the master slave model, there's no meaning to have agent to agent communicate in master slave model. But if you mesh cluster or node to node cluster that normally we use in Cassandra and this kind of systems, then that is a different use case or different kind of idea. So Ramesh, I show you in the upcoming class. It's got a question you asking. How can you pass the parameter? We have a way we can do it. In the Jenkins job, we can pass the release tag parameters also. So we have some way. I'll show you in my next class. rsync command, Rajan, is one of the Linux command we use to sync or upload and download the software from one system to other system, right? Or as a backup command or multiple purpose you can use. So, Sandhu, what you asking, it can be done without agent-to-agent communication also. Okay, because when the agent is going to run a job, it is run by some maybe kind of tool. Okay, and this tool always reports their failure or not. So based on this report, we can write some logics on the Jenkins, right? And according to this logic, we can run the job in other mode. So that can be done. Maybe I can create some use case for this and show you in the upcoming classes. But agent agent don't know the job is failed or not. Because agent duty is to take the instruction and send to the Maven tool or other kind of tool. Okay, so that is the duty of your final tool, like Maven in this example. Okay, to report you back does something fail or not. Okay, so I think this is the use case. So we can do it other way also. For this, I don't think so. We need to do any agent-to-agent communication, right? I'm not able to connect Linux slave. I put private key and IP and all things. So a host is not running and my slave is running continually and full. Vishal, I'm not able to understand your slave host is not running, right? So your Linux slave is you have to give your IP address, username also EC2 user and the private key, right? Just check your private key. What are the private key you attached in the slave? Okay, same private key to write. Just check one more time which private key attached. It should work. So, so that's all, guys, for today. See you tomorrow. Some more powerful practicals we have to be implemented tomorrow, and this setup we will going to use in some other practicals also, right? So that's all, guys. See you. Bye. Take care, and see you tomorrow. Bye. Good day. Good night.